1920. Fall asleep to Hilarious History, the jazz, the jitters, and the ballot box. As if by Mark Twain. Copyright 2026. James Henderson. Section 1. The Dry Dawn and the New Voter. Chapter 1. The Volstead Hangover. The primary defect of the human race is its stubborn insistence upon correcting its neighbor's virtues while thoroughly enjoying its own vices. On the 17th day of January in the year of our Lord 1920, the United States of America embarked upon a grand, unprecedented experiment. It was a day of profound theological confusion, wherein the government concluded that the best way to make men look up to heaven was to legally forbid them from looking down into a glass of beer. The 18th Amendment and the Volstead Act had finally come to term. At the stroke of midnight, the nation officially went dry. Now, the theory behind prohibition was beautiful, as all theories engineered by people who do not drink tend to be. The sober minds of the Anti-Saloon League genuinely believed that by padlocking the tavern door, they would instantly empty the prisons, close the insane asylums, and turn every corner drunkard into a Sunday school superintendent. It was a magnificent display of faith in the majesty of the law. Unfortunately, it overlooked a fundamental law of human mechanics. If you tell a man he cannot do a thing, it becomes the one thing he must do before Tuesday. The cold, hard truth of 1920. The law, thou shalt not drink. The public. Watch me turn this bathtub into a distillery. The results were instantaneous and spectacular. The nation did not stop drinking. It merely stopped drinking good liquor. Within 48 hours, every citizen with a kitchen sink and a passing knowledge of high school chemistry became an independent manufacturer of spirits. The industrial loophole, denatured alcohol, meant for lamps and engines, was suddenly in high demand. Amateur bootleggers filtered it through charcoal, mixed it with juniper drops, and served it up as gin. It tasted faintly of turpentine and left a man with a hangover that felt like a mule kicking him squarely between the eyes. But it did the business. The sacramental boom. The law allowed wine for religious purposes. Consequently, the number of rabbis and priests in the United States multiplied at a rate that would have baffled the apostles, and congregations grew remarkably devout overnight. The medicinal miracle. Doctors could prescribe whiskey for ailments. Suddenly, the entire eastern seaboard was struck down by a sudden, mysterious epidemic of nervousness, toothaches, and general melancholy, curable only by 11 ounces of bonded bourbon. The old-fashioned saloon, with its sawdust floors and honest political brawls, was buried. In its place rose the speakeasy, a subterranean sanctuary where a man had to whisper a password through a heavy wooden grate just to pay 4 times the pre-war price for a glass of something that could remove the varnish from a dining room table. By the end of January, the government realized it had not cured the nation of its thirst. It had merely turned the American public into a vast, cooperative syndicate of criminals united by a common desire to have a bad day at a bar in peace. Chapter 2. The 19th Amendment. The Final Signature. For something like 70 years, the ruling male of the American Republic clung to the ballot box with the frantic, white-knuckled desperation of a child protecting a stolen peach. He did this not because the ballot box was a sacred object. nor because the act of voting required any profound exhibition of intellect. Heaven knows, a casual glance at the roster of our post-Civil War executives is sufficient to clear the American male of any suspicion of excessive thinking in the voting booth. No, he protected the franchise simply because it was the last place on earth where he could be completely certain his wife would not follow him to correct his grammar or mention the state of his trousers. The prevailing view among the bearded statesmen of the 19th century was that the political arena was far too foul, corrupt, and treacherous a place for the delicate sensibilities of the gentler sex. This was an extraordinarily honest assessment of politics, but a profoundly dishonest reason for keeping women out of it. To argue that women should not vote because politics is dirty is very much like arguing that a house should never be swept because the broom might get dusty. Yet, for decades, the nation shook its collective head and advised the ladies to remain upon their pedestals, where they might continue to influence the world through the soft, spiritual medium of baking pies and enduring their husband's conversation. The male intellect, the philosophers of the tavern declared, is uniquely constructed to understand the grand, ponderous machinery of tariffs, infrastructure, and international diplomacy. A woman's mind, being occupied with trivialities like the raising of children and the management of a household budget, would simply short-circuit if exposed to the majesty of a city council election. By the summer of 1920, however, this grand fortress of masculine logic had begun to look exceedingly moth-eaten. The women of America had spent 70 years marching, speechifying, getting arrested, and generally making themselves a spectacular nuisance to every politician who wished to enjoy his lunch in peace. They had worn down the conscience of the nation by the simple, unstoppable strategy of being entirely in the right, and being entirely in the right for a long consecutive period is an annoyance that no civilization can long endure. The battle had narrowed down to a single, suffocatingly hot legislative chamber in Nashville, Tennessee. It was August, a month when the air in the American South ceases to be a gas and becomes a warm, heavy soup that must be chewed before swallowing. 35 states had already ratified the 19th Amendment. One more was needed to turn the grand dream into the law of the land. The rest of the Union had looked away, washed its hands, or flatly refused, leaving the entire destiny of American womanhood resting upon the sweaty shoulders of the Tennessee legislature. The state capitol became a carnival of human absurdity. Every hotel lobby in Nashville was packed to the rafters with lobbyists, politicians, liquor manufacturers, and professional agitators, all of them drinking heavily of that bootleg gin we discussed in the previous chapter, despite having legally banned it 7 months prior. The air was thick with the scent of tobacco, cheap cologne, and political desperation. The armies were divided by the color of their flora. The suffragists, those who favored the amendment, wore yellow roses pinned to their lapels. Their ranks were filled with determined women who had traveled from every corner of the continent, armed with pamphlets, logic, and a terrifying sobriety. The antis, those who opposed the amendment, wore red roses. Their ranks were filled with traditionalists who believed the family unit would instantly disintegrate if a woman were allowed to mark a piece of paper with a lead pencil once every 4 years. They were backed by the railroad companies and the manufacturing syndicates, who suspected, quite correctly, that if women got the vote, they would immediately demand that children be taken out of the factories and placed into schools. For days, the legislature debated the matter with that peculiar brand of Southern eloquence that uses 500 words to express an idea that could be easily managed by 3, provided 2 of them were profanity. They spoke of the sanctity of the hearth, the purity of the Southern woman, and the terrible danger of altering the grand design of the Founding Fathers, who, it was frequently implied, had received the Constitution directly from the angels during a brief intermission at Mount Vernon. When the day of the final vote arrived, the galleries were packed so tightly that the spectators looked like pickled herrings in a barrel. The air was heavy with expectation, and the heat was sufficient to melt the starch out of a man's collar in 3 minutes flat. The roll call began. It was a mathematical nightmare for the Yellow Roses. The votes crept along neck and neck until the clerk reached the name of Harry T. Byrne. Harry was a young man of 24 years, hailing from the rural hills of McMinn County. He was the youngest member of the legislature, possessed of a pleasant countenance, a neat suit, and a bright red rose pinned firmly to his lapel. He had previously voted with the antis on the preliminary motions, and every calculation in the room listed him as a solid, dependable brick in the wall of opposition. The red roses smiled. The yellow roses braced themselves for another generation of wandering in the political wilderness. But Harry Byrne had a secret weapon in his coat pocket, and that weapon was a letter from his mother. Phoebe and Sminger Byrne, known to her neighbors as a sensible, hard-working widow who managed her farm with far more intelligence than the entire Tennessee legislature combined, had sat down a few days prior to write to her son. She did not use the grand rolling rhetoric of the politicians. She did not quote Thomas Jefferson or invoke the muses. She simply used the terrible, unanswerable authority of a mother who has cleaned a boy's ears and knows exactly how his mind works. "Dear son," the letter read in a clear, sensible hand, "hurrah and vote for suffrage. Don't keep them in doubt. I noticed Chandler's speech. It was very bitter. I've been watching to see how you stood, but have not noticed anything yet. Don't forget to be a good boy and help Mrs. Cat with her rats. With lots of love, Mama." When his name was called, Harry Byrne stood up in that sweltering room. He looked at the sea of red roses around him. He looked at the galleries. He felt the letter pressing against his ribs like a small paper conscience. He cleared his throat. "Aye," he said. It was a very small word, but it had the effect of a dynamite charge dropped into a fish pond. For a moment there was a silence so absolute you could hear the flies buzzing against the window panes. Then the realization struck. The tie was broken. The amendment had passed. The wall had collapsed. The scene that followed was not standard parliamentary procedure. It was an explosion of yellow petals, screams, tears, and the sudden, frantic scattering of red-rosed politicians who looked as though they believed the roof was about to fall on them for their sins. Harry Byrne, fearing for his physical safety from his former allies, was forced to escape the Capitol through a third-story window and crawl along a ledge to safety, proving that doing the right thing in politics is not only rare, but exceedingly hazardous to one's wardrobe. The morning after the ratification, a strange, unprecedented panic fell upon the political establishments of Chicago, New York, Boston, and Washington. It was a cold, creeping realization that the electorate had overnight doubled in size. For generations, the American politician had possessed a thoroughly standardized system for lying to the public. He knew exactly how many cigars to distribute, how many babies to pat on the head, and how many promises to make regarding the price of hogs or the tariff on wool. He understood the male voter because the male voter was a simple creature, easily managed by a glass of whiskey, a firm handshake, and a rousing speech about the flag. Suddenly, these well-worn tools of the trade were useless. A politician could not easily invite the local ladies' aid society into the back room of a saloon to discuss the city budget over a game of poker. He could not buy their votes with a nickel cigar. The result was a frantic, overnight transformation in the public behavior of our elected officials. Men who had previously spent their careers expectorating tobacco juice upon the courthouse steps and using vocabulary that would make a canal boatman blush, suddenly began to practice their gentle voices. They began to look up from their ledger books to discover that the world contained things like sanitation, child labor, and public education, matters they had previously dismissed as domestic details beneath the dignity of a statesman. They began to buy pocket handkerchiefs. They began to use a quality of English that included verbs that agreed with their nouns. It was a magnificent spectacle of hypocrisy. The entire political class of the United States spent the autumn of 1920 tiptoeing around the country like a schoolboy who has accidentally thrown a baseball through the parlor window and is trying to convince his mother that he was merely testing the wind resistance of the glass. They discovered that women were no longer the angels of the hearth, to be complimented from a distance. They were now the intelligent citizens of the Republic, who had to be listened to, or at least stared at, with an expression of intense, respectful concentration, while they explained that the city water supply shouldn't look or smell like gravy. Of course, the great tragedy of the 19th Amendment, and the great comedy of it, is that it did not achieve what either side expected. The antis had predicted that the family would dissolve, that women would cease to marry, and that the nation would be plunged into a soft, matriarchal socialism where everyone was forced to eat vegetables and read poetry. The suffragists had predicted that the entry of women into the booth would instantly purify the government, eliminate corruption, and bring about a golden age of peace and righteousness. Both sides, as is standard in human affairs, were entirely mistaken. When November arrived, the women of America walked into the polling places with quiet dignity, took their pencils, and voted in precisely the same confused, contradictory, and foolish manner as their husbands had been doing for a century. They did not vote as a solid, righteous army. They split into Democrats and Republicans, progressives and conservatives, idiots and geniuses. They proved, in short, that they were human beings, which was the one thing the men had spent 70 years trying to deny them. And the politicians, finding themselves still in office and still possessing their pocketbooks, sighed with relief, tucked away their gentle voices until the next election, and went back to their cigars. Chapter 3, Harding's Normalcy. There comes a time in the history of every great civilization when the citizenry grows profoundly, thoroughly, and aggressively tired of being noble. Righteousness is a magnificent thing to contrast against one's neighbors. But as a steady diet, it is tremendously wearing on the digestion. For nearly 8 years, the American public had been subjected to the high-minded, cold-blooded and suffocatingly moral guidance of President Woodrow Wilson, a man who spoke to the nation as though he were the Almighty's chief clerk, correcting a particularly backward class of schoolboys. He had dragged them through a great war to make the world safe for democracy, and then tried to drag them into a League of Nations to make democracy safe for the Europeans, until the average American citizen felt a desperate, driving need to hide under the bed until the universe stopped requiring his assistance. By the summer of 1920, the Republic had reached its limit of spiritual exertion. The collective pulse of the nation was racing from the flu, the jazz, and the sudden terrifying sight of women approaching the ballot boxes with intent to use them. The public did not want any more grand visions. They did not want to save civilization. They wanted to sit on the porch in their shirt sleeves, eat a watermelon, and return to that blessed state of ignorance where the internal politics of the Balkan states were of no more concern to an American than the social life of the common earthworm. It was precisely at this moment of national exhaustion that the Republican Party, assembled in a sweltering convention hall in Chicago, looked about the landscape for a savior. Naturally, being practical politicians, they did not look for a man of towering intellect or fierce conviction. A man of intellect has ideas, and ideas are an abomination to a political convention, for they act upon a party platform very much like a lighted match acts upon a fireworks factory. Instead, a group of weary party bosses retreated to a legendary, smoke-filled room in the Blackstone Hotel at 2 o'clock in the morning, breathed in enough cigar smoke to asphyxiate a regiment of infantry, and decided that the destiny of the Republic should be placed into the large, soft hands of Senator Warren Gamaliel Harding of Marion, Ohio. The chief virtue of Warren G. Harding, and it was a virtue that surpassed all others in the year 1920, was that he looked exactly like a President of the United States ought to look if he were being manufactured by a reputable monument company. He was a large, handsome man with a magnificent silver-crested head that looked as though it had been carved out of premium Ohio granite to be placed on a postage stamp. He possessed a deep, resonant, and incredibly soothing voice that could repeat the most astonishing collection of platitudes with such majestic solemnity that a listener felt as though he were listening to the 10 Commandments delivered by an archangel who had recently taken up golf. His mind was entirely unburdened by complex philosophies. It was a placid, undisturbed pond where the only fish swimming were the standard harmless varieties of small-town boosterism, fraternal lodge loyalty, and a deep affection for the game of poker. Harding's political philosophy was simple. He believed that the country was suffering from a surfeit of greatness, and that the best way to fix it was to do absolutely nothing as grandly as possible. In May of that year, before a crowd of bewildered but strangely comforted citizens in Boston, he delivered the definitive summary of his gospel. He cleared his throat, expanded his chest, and let loose a sentence that would permanently alter the linguistic geography of the continent. America's present need is not heroics, but healing, not nostrums, but normalcy, not revolution, but restoration, not agitation, but adjustment, not surgery, but serenity, not the dramatic, but the dispassionate. The scholars and the school teachers of the nation immediately let out a collective shriek of agony. The word normalcy did not exist in any respectable dictionary of the English language. The proper word, as any schoolboy with a spelling book could have told the senator, was normality. Normalcy was a linguistic monstrosity, a bastard child of laziness and rhetorical confusion, a word that had no right to live in the mouths of civilized men. But the scholars did not understand the American public of 1920. The public did not want normality. That sounded too much like a mathematics lesson or a medical condition. They wanted normalcy. The very clunkiness of the word, its round, soft, meaningless syllables, acted upon the national anxiety like a warm poultice upon a boil. It was a word that demanded nothing of a man. It did not ask him to think. It did not ask him to sacrifice. It merely invited him to lean back against the cushions of progress and let the country drift wherever the current chose to take it. The invention of the word was a stroke of accidental genius that proved a fundamental law of democratic politics. If you can invent a word that sounds like it means something tremendously important while meaning absolutely nothing at all, the presidency is yours for the asking. Harding himself was perfectly aware of his style. He referred to his speech-making by the delightful term bloviating, which he defined as the art of assembling an army of pompous phrases, marching them across the landscape in search of an idea, and having them return to camp at night without ever having encountered one. It was a magnificent exercise in acoustic architecture. He could speak for 45 minutes on the subject of the tariff without ever revealing whether he was for it or against it, leaving both the manufacturers of steel and the consumers of wool convinced that they had found a brother in spirit. The campaign that followed was one of the most peaceful spectacles ever witnessed in the history of the Republic. Harding's advisers, recognizing that their candidate's chief asset was his appearance and his voice, and that his chief liability was his tendency to say things when he spoke, determined that he should not be allowed to travel. They confined him to his own front porch in Marion, Ohio. It was a brilliant strategy. While his Democratic opponent, James M. Cox, another Ohio newspaperman who had the misfortune of possessing energy and an interest in real issues, wore himself to a shadow, traveling thousands of miles and making hundreds of speeches to people who were too tired to listen, Harding simply sat in a rocking chair on his porch and let the nation come to him. Every week, trainloads of pilgrims, delegations of businessmen, dry goods clerks, brass bands, and Hollywood actors would descend upon the small town of Marion. They would march up the sidewalk, stand on the lawn, and watch Warren G. Harding look majestic. He would come out onto the porch, shake hands with the standard citizens, pat a few well-behaved dogs, and deliver a brief, beautiful, and completely vacant address about the glories of the flag and the nobility of the American mother. Then he would go back inside, take off his coat, and play a few hands of cards with his friends while the porch did the heavy lifting of the campaign. The outcome was never in doubt. When November arrived, the newly enlarged electorate, including those millions of women who, as we have seen, had just been granted the privilege of participating in the national confusion, went to the polls in a mood of overwhelming indifference to the issues and overwhelming enthusiasm for the rocking chair. Harding won the election by a landslide that looked less like a political victory and more like an eviction notice served upon the ghost of the 19th century. He received over 60% of the popular vote, leaving the Democrats with nothing but their dignity and a few scattered states in the South, where the inhabitants would have voted for a yellow dog if it had been properly nominated by the local committee. Thus, The year 1920 closed with the Republic firmly established upon the bedrock of its new philosophy. The era of high ideals was dead and buried under a mountain of ballots. The era of the made-up word had begun. The people had asked for a leader who would leave them alone, and in Warren G. Harding they had found a man uniquely qualified by nature and by inclination to grant their request. The country settled down into its comfortable, illegal, and loud new existence, confident that the future was perfectly safe, because the man at the wheel had promised that he had no intention of driving anywhere in particular. Section 2. Airwaves and Explosions. Chapter 4. KDKA Pittsburgh, the voice in the box. For the first several thousand years of his existence, man was a remarkably quiet creature, largely because he had no choice in the matter. If a gentleman in those primitive times desired to insult his neighbor, he was obliged to walk over to the man's fence, wait until he came out, and deliver the remark by word of mouth, or else hurl a brick with the sentiment inscribed upon it. If a king wished to inform his subjects that they were about to be taxed into a state of bankruptcy for the glory of the crown, he had to employ a fellow with a brass trumpet and a pair of sturdy lungs to go about the villages shouting the news until he was hoarse. Speech was a local commodity, strictly limited by the capacity of the human trachea and the direction of the wind. The invention of the telegraph and the telephone did something to stretch the lines of human communication, but they remained exclusive, aristocratic contrivances. The telegraph spoke only in a series of monotonous metallic clicks that required a trained specialist to translate into English, and the telephone required that a man physically attach his ear to a wall by a copper wire, like a dog tied to a post. Both instruments were designed for the transaction of specific urgent business, to announce a death in the family, the collapse of a railroad stock, or the arrival of a mother-in-law. They did not cater to the grand universal human passion for aimless chatter. But in the late autumn of 1920, in the soot-choked city of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, a group of electrical engineers performed a miracle that permanently destroyed the ancient peace of the world. They took the human voice, stripped it of its physical weight, and scattered it across the landscape like a handful of gravel thrown into a pond. The evolution of news. 1820. A man waits 3 weeks for a sailing ship to bring rumors. 1870. A man reads yesterday's news in a paper that blackens his fingers. 1920. A man sits in his suspenders and hears a ghost talk from a wooden box. The architect of this particular revolution was an ingenious gentleman named Frank Conrad, an employee of the Westinghouse Company, who spent his evenings in a backyard garage, messing about with coils, batteries, and wireless transmitters. Initially, Conrad used his apparatus merely to talk to other wireless enthusiasts, a rare and lonely breed of men who spent their nights huddled over glowing vacuum tubes, listening to the static of the universe through heavy metal headphones. However, Conrad eventually grew tired of discussing the weather and the quality of his signal with his fellow eccentrics. Having a phonograph in his parlor and a surplus of records, he decided one evening to place his microphone next to the horn of the machine and play a march by John Philip Sousa. The effect upon the wireless population of western Pennsylvania was precisely the same as if a spectral hand had reached through their windows and tapped them on the shoulder. For years, the air had been filled with nothing but the sharp, rhythmic staccato of Morse code, the dots and dashes of commerce and navigation. Now, suddenly, out of the dark and empty ether came the distinct, unmistakable thumping of a brass band. Within days, Conrad was inundated with letters from citizens who had accidentally intercepted the music on their homemade apparatus. They did not want more dots and dashes. They wanted more Sousa. They wanted to know when the next concert would be. Conrad, finding himself transformed from a simple engineer into an entertainment syndicate, established a regular schedule of broadcasts, and a local department store began advertising ready-made wireless receivers for the princely sum of $10, aimed at those citizens who wished to hear the concerts without having to build a laboratory in their attics. Recognizing that there was a vast, unsuspected gold mine in the distribution of invisible noise, the executives at Westinghouse stepped in. They moved Conrad's apparatus from his garage to a small, corrugated iron shack on the roof of their factory building in East Pittsburgh, secured a commercial license from the federal government under the four-letter designation of KDKA, and prepared to make their grand debut before the public. The date chosen for the first commercial broadcast was the 2nd day of November, the very night of the Harding-Cox presidential election. It was a masterstroke of showmanship. Historically, the collection of election returns was an ordeal that required an immense amount of physical exertion from the citizenry. A man who wished to know whether the country had been saved or ruined was obliged to leave his comfortable home, put on his boots, and trudge through the November mud to the offices of the local newspaper. There he would stand for hours in the freezing rain, packed hip to haunch with 1,000 other anxious patriots, watching a clerk use a long pole to slide magic lantern slides across a white sheet stretched over the front of the building. If the candidate of his choice was winning, the citizen cheered and caught a severe cold. If his candidate was losing, he groaned and also caught a severe cold. It was a miserable, wet, and thoroughly democratic business. But on that Tuesday evening, a few hundred fortunate individuals in the Pittsburgh area experienced the election in a state of unprecedented luxury. They sat in their own parlors, beside their own stoves, with their slippers on their feet and their pipes in their mouths. They turned a series of black dials on a wooden box, adjusted a tiny wire called a cat's whisker against a piece of crystal until the static subsided into a steady hum, and waited. At precisely 8 o'clock, the voice of a young Westinghouse publicity man named Leo Rosenberg came through the ether. It was a clear, disembodied, and remarkably calm voice, floating out of a horn that resembled an upside-down tin megaphone. This is station KDKA of the Westinghouse Electric and Manufacturing Company in East Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We are about to bring you the returns of the presidential election, by courtesy of the Pittsburgh Post. For the next several hours, Rosenberg sat in his rooftop shack, surrounded by humming transformers and glowing tubes, reading the bulletins as they were brought to him by a messenger from the newspaper office downstairs. Every few minutes, he would inform the invisible audience that Warren G. Harding was accumulating a mountain of votes in Ohio, or that the returns from New York indicated a Republican landslide. Between the bulletins, to prevent the audience from thinking that the apparatus had expired, Rosenberg would play a phonograph record, or read an article from a magazine. It was an extraordinarily casual affair. At one point, the equipment grew so hot that the operators were forced to open the windows of the shack, allowing the whistle of a passing freight train on the Pennsylvania Railroad to enter the broadcast, much to the delight of the listeners who felt that the train was somehow participating in the governance of the nation. The success of the broadcast was absolute. By midnight, the listeners knew that Harding had achieved his normalcy before the editors of the morning newspapers had even finished setting the headlines in type. The news had traveled at the speed of light, passing through brick walls, over hills, and through the branches of trees, arriving in the living rooms of the common people without any assistance from the post office or the newsboy. The morning after the election, the intelligent observer of human affairs looked upon the world and realized that a new and terrible power had been unleashed upon the earth. The home, which had for generations been a fortress against the intrusions of the outside world, had been breached. A man could lock his front door, bolt his windows, and pull down his shades, but he could no longer keep out the voice of his fellow man. Within a year of the KDKA broadcast, the sky was thick with radio waves. Every city in the Republic had its own station, and every basement had its own amateur mechanic winding copper wire around old oatmeal boxes to catch the signals. The content of these broadcasts was a monument to the magnificent chaotic variety of the American intellect. The politicians, men who had previously been limited to speaking to those citizens who could fit into an auditorium, suddenly discovered they could address 1,000,000 people at once, though they were deeply disturbed by the fact that they could not tell whether the audience was cheering or throwing boots at the apparatus. The preachers, evangelists who had spent their lives traveling from tent to tent, discovered that they could hurl their thunderbolts of damnation directly into the kitchens of the backsliders while they were frying bacon. The vendors. Merchants realized that if they could hire a young lady to sing a sentimental song about her mother, they could follow it immediately with a short discourse on the merits of a particular brand of laundry soap or a cure for corns. The air, which had since the creation of the world been reserved for the passage of birds, clouds, and the occasional thunderbolt, became a vast, invisible marketplace, crowded with singers, politicians, fiddle players, and individuals anxious to sell real estate in Florida. The great silence of the continent was broken forever. Man had finally succeeded in creating a box that could talk, and as was his custom throughout history, having invented the machine, he had absolutely no idea how to make it shut up. Chapter 5. The Wall Street Bombing. Money, when taken in small doses, is a relatively harmless substance, useful for the purchasing of hats, potatoes, and the occasional volume of light literature. However, when you collect a vast quantity of it into one geographical ditch and allow it to ferment under the supervision of a few dozen gentlemen in silk top hats, it becomes a highly volatile agent. There is no ditch on the surface of the habitable globe more thoroughly saturated with this agent than Wall Street in the city of New York. It is a narrow, gloomy canyon located at the bottom of Manhattan Island, bordered on one end by a graveyard and on the other by a river, an arrangement that has always struck the reflective mind as an admirable piece of municipal foresight. For 40 years, during that grand hypocritical pageant we call the Gilded Age, the high priests of this canyon had operated under the comforting assumption that they were the absolute masters of the universe. They had bought railroads, sold congressmen, organized trusts, and manipulated the market with the serene confidence of a boy playing with marbles. They believed that their stone fortresses, constructed of premium granite and guarded by clerks with sharp pencils, were entirely impregnable to the ordinary passions of the common herd. But on the 16th day of September, in the year 1920, the high priests received a very loud, very smoky demonstration of a fundamental truth. You cannot spend half a century accumulating all the wealth of a nation without occasionally attracting the resentment of those who were left out of the distribution. The morning had dawned with that particular crisp perfection that makes a New York autumn feel like an advertisement for living. By noon, the canyon was crowded to the very curbstones with humanity. It was the lunch hour, a sacred interval when the subterranean machinery of high finance empties its various parts into the sunlight to breathe. Thousands of small-town girls who had come to the city to become stenographers, young clerks with ink-stained fingers, messengers carrying millions of dollars in Liberty bonds and leather sacks, and wealthy brokers looking for an oyster bar were all milling about in a state of cheerful, noisy confusion. Directly across the street from the marble fortress of J.P. Morgan and Company, there arrived a vehicle that belonged entirely to the previous century. It was a heavy, dilapidated wooden wagon drawn by a single, melancholy horse, whose ribs were clearly visible through his hide. The horse was an old-world creature, an anachronism in an era that was currently worshiping the internal combustion engine and the speed of the assembly line. The wagon was loaded with what appeared to be scrap iron, though beneath the old metal lay several 100 pounds of dynamite, packed with the meticulous care that only a fanatic can manage. The driver of this outfit, a man whose identity the police would spend the next several years looking for among the radical societies of the earth without ever finding so much as a button, pulled the horse to a halt in front of the Morgan Bank. He climbed down from the seat, patted the animal on the nose, walked calmly into the crowd, and vanished into the human sea as completely as a drop of ink in a bucket of ink. For a few minutes, the horse stood there, drooping his head in the September sunshine, ignored by the busy throngs of clerks and brokers who were far too occupied with the price of steel to notice a miserable beast of burden. Then, precisely as the bells of Trinity Church at the head of the street began to chime the hour of 12, the universe split open. The explosion was not a mere noise. It was a physical blow that struck the city of New York squarely in the solar plexus. A pillar of yellow fire shot upward toward the sky, higher than the third-story windows of the banks. The scrap iron inside the wagon, hundreds of heavy, jagged window weights, became a storm of iron hail, shrieking through the air and shattering every sheet of glass within a radius of 3 blocks. The sound echoed off the stone walls of the canyon, multiplying itself until the inhabitants of Brooklyn believed the German Navy had entered the harbor and begun a bombardment. The immediate reaction of Wall Street was not panic, but a profound, stunned disbelief. For a fraction of a second, the entire crowd froze in their tracks, like characters in a melodrama when the curtain falls too quickly. Then came the glass. Tens of thousands of windows, pulverized into a fine, glittering dust, rained down upon the street from the skyscrapers, covering the pavement with a layer of artificial snow that was instantly stained with the blood of the wounded. Inside the Morgan office, The heavy glass windows were blown inward with sufficient force to wreck the desks and cover the floor with debris. Junius Morgan, the son of the great financier, was sitting at his desk when the blast occurred. He received nothing more than a few superficial cuts on his hand, proving that Providence is remarkably protective of the banking interest, even when it allows 38 innocent clerks and messengers on the sidewalk to be killed instantly. Within 5 minutes of the explosion, the canyon of Wall Street had ceased to look like the financial center of a great empire and had taken on the appearance of a battlefield in Flanders. The street was filled with smoke, burning fragments of the wagon and the wreckage of automobiles that had been overturned by the force of the blast. But the most remarkable spectacle, the spectacle that provided the truest index of the American character in the year 1920, occurred within 20 minutes of the catastrophe. William H. Remick, the president of the New York Stock Exchange, recognizing that a continuation of business under the circumstances might lead to a panic that would destroy the fortunes of half the members, ordered the trading floor cleared and the exchange closed for the day. It was an act of high statesmanship, but it left several hundred brokers with nothing to do but stand on the steps and watch the bodies being carried away. By 2 o'clock, the military had arrived. A detachment of soldiers from Governor's Island, armed with rifles and fixed bayonets, took up positions on every corner, their faces set in that rigid, unthinking expression that governments always employ when they have been thoroughly frightened by an event they did not foresee. They stood guard over the piles of broken glass and the empty vaults, looking for an enemy that had already taken the subway to Harlem 2 hours prior. The following morning, the high priests of finance performed a miracle of resilience that surpassed anything ever recorded in the history of the martyrs. They did not hold a day of mourning. They did not close the street to investigate the crime. They sent out an army of men with brooms. By 8 o'clock on September 17th, the broken glass had been swept into the gutters. The blood had been washed into the sewers by the city hose carts. The doors of the banks were thrown open, and the brokers walked back into the canyon, stepping over the fresh scars in the granite walls of the Morgan building without looking up. The tickers began to tick, the telephones began to ring, and the great business of exchanging imaginary paper for real money resumed with a ferocity that seemed to say to the anarchists, "You may blow up our horses, and you may shatter our windows, but you cannot stop us from charging 6% interest." Naturally, the politicians and the newspapers immediately set about the business of finding a scapegoat. Since the driver of the wagon had been thoughtful enough to leave no address, the public imagination was free to populate the conspiracy with whatever villains were currently fashionable in their nightmares. The Department of Justice, under the guidance of men who saw a Bolshevik hiding behind every sofa, declared that the bombing was the opening gun of a global revolution engineered by Vladimir Lenin and executed by a secret army of foreign radicals whose pockets were stuffed with dynamite and translations of Karl Marx. The radical societies declared that the bombing was a frame-up executed by the capitalists themselves to justify a further reduction in wages and a further restriction of free speech. The common people simply looked at the deep pockmarks left in the stone walls of the Morgan Bank, scars that remain there to this very day, and felt a cold, creeping realization that the old world was gone forever. The Wall Street bombing was a terrifying reminder that the Gilded Age was indeed dead, but that the anger it had generated during its long, profitable life had survived it. The Republic had entered the jazz age with a song on its lips and a glass of bootleg gin in its hand. But underneath the music and the dancing, the old fuse was still burning, waiting for another horse, another wagon, and another noon hour to remind humanity that the account had not yet been fully settled. Chapter 6. Sacco and Vanzetti. There is a peculiar touching faith among the Anglo-Saxon races that the purpose of a court of law is the discovery of truth. It is a beautiful sentiment, suitable for engraving upon marble porticos or repeating to children during their formative years, but it bears no more relation to the actual operations of a courthouse than a seed catalogue bears to the eventual state of the turnips. A criminal trial is not an excavation for truth. It is a theatrical tournament wherein two opposing attorneys attempt to paralyze the intelligence of 12 ordinary citizens by the competitive application of noise, irrelevance, and legal superstition. In the year 1920, the state of Massachusetts, a commonwealth that prides itself upon having invented both American liberty and the proper method of baking beans, found itself in possession of a legal tournament that would eventually embarrass the entire civilized world. The trouble began in April in the town of South Braintree, where a pair of armed bandits shot a factory paymaster and his guard, took a leather heel bag containing $15,000, and escaped in a dark automobile. It was an ordinary, brutal piece of highway robbery, executed with the standard lack of imagination common to the criminal profession. Under ordinary circumstances, the police would have looked for ordinary criminals, failed to find them, and eventually turned their attention to something less exhausting. But the circumstances of 1920 were not ordinary. The nation was still trembling from the Red Scare and the Wall Street explosion. The public mind had been whipped into a state of nervous lather by politicians and newspapers until every citizen believed that the Republic was on the verge of being dismantled by a secret army of foreign radicals. Now, an anarchist in the American imagination of 1920 was not merely a person with an unpopular theory of governance. He was a distinct physical type, a dark, hairy individual from Southern Europe who lived entirely upon garlic, wore a slouch hat, and carried a round black bomb with a sputtering fuse in his coat pocket. The spectrum of citizenship. The proper citizen wears a collar, votes Republican, drinks in secret. The suspect speaks broken English, reads pamphlets, handles fish. Thus, when the Massachusetts police accidentally apprehended Nicholas Sacco and Bartolomeo Vanzetti on a streetcar a few weeks after the robbery, they felt a profound sense of official gratification. Sacco was a skilled shoemaker who worked long hours in a factory. Vanzetti was a gentle fish peddler who spent his days wheeling a barrow of eels and codfish through the streets of Plymouth. Both were Italian immigrants. Both were dedicated anarchists of the pacifist, philosophical variety that prefers drafting manifestos to throwing dynamite. And both, when arrested, were found to be carrying loaded revolvers. When asked by the police why they were carrying weapons, the two men lied with a fluency that would have done credit to a diplomatic corps. They did not lie because they had robbed the paymaster. They lied because they were foreigners, because they had draft evaded during the late war, and because they were currently engaged in hiding radical literature to prevent their friends from being deported by the Department of Justice. They assumed, with the natural suspicion of men who had grown up under the shadow of European autocracy, that the police were looking for an excuse to lock them up for their opinions. This was their fatal error. In an American court of law, a man may be forgiven for being a robber, and he may even be forgiven for being a murderer, provided he performs the operation upon a person of no local political consequence. But he cannot be forgiven for being a foreigner who possesses an opinion that differs from the opinions of the local Chamber of Commerce. The trial opened in the town of Dedham under the supervision of Judge Webster Thayer, a small, withered gentleman whose chest was so thoroughly packed with New England righteousness that there was no room left for the organs of digestion. Judge Thayer looked upon the two defendants not as two human beings accused of a specific felony, but as a pair of moral pests who had infected the clean air of Norfolk County with the doctrines of the old world. The prosecution's case was a masterpiece of legal cobweb weaving. They produced witnesses who had seen the getaway car from a distance of 2 blocks through a rainstorm, and who were absolutely certain that the back of the driver's head looked precisely like the back of Sacco's head. They produced a cap found at the scene of the crime which they asserted belonged to Sacco, despite the fact that when Sacco was forced to put it on in front of the jury, it sat upon his crown like a saucer upon a pumpkin, being 2 sizes too small for him. They focused the entire weight of their eloquence upon the fact that when the defendants were arrested, they had in their pockets a flyer announcing a radical meeting in Brockton. The district attorney, a gentleman with a magnificent capacity for patriotic bloviating, addressed the jury of solid, native-born shopkeepers and farmers as though they were defending the Bunker Hill Monument against an invasion of vandals. He did not ask them to decide whether Sacco and Vanzetti had stolen the $15,000. He asked them to decide whether they preferred the American flag or the red rag of the social revolution. "Stand together, gentlemen," the prosecution shouted, "for the honor of old Massachusetts. Show these foreign agitators that the soil of the Puritans cannot be polluted by the doctrines of destruction." The jury, being thoroughly confused by the ballistic evidence and thoroughly terrified by the thought of anarchy, did exactly what was expected of them. They retired to their room, had a smoke, agreed that they did not like the look of the defendants' mustaches, and returned with a verdict of guilty. If the matter had ended there, the names of Sacco and Vanzetti would have vanished into the archives of the state prison within 30 days. But the verdict acted upon the intellectual conscience of the world very much like a stone dropped into a hornet's nest. Within a year, the 2 obscure Italian laborers were transformed into the most famous individuals on the surface of the globe. A defense committee was formed. Funds poured in from Paris, London, Berlin, and Buenos Aires. The great literary and scientific minds of the century, men like Anatole France, Albert Einstein, and H.G. Wells, sat down at their desks to write frantic letters of protest to the governor of Massachusetts, pointing out that to hang 2 men for a payroll robbery on the evidence of a cap that did not fit was an innovation in jurisprudence that lacked dignity. The case dragged on for 7 long years through a wilderness of motions, appeals, and exceptions. Every time the defense discovered new evidence, including a confession from an actual member of a professional gang who admitted that he and his associates had done the shooting, Judge Thayer promptly denied the motion for a new trial, asserting that the new evidence was merely an attempt to to trifle with the majesty of the court. He was heard to brag on a golf course that he had seen those anarchist bastards good and proper, an expression that has always been regarded as the very highest development of judicial impartiality. The Sacco and Vanzetti affair became a grand global argument about the nature of justice in the modern world. It proved that in an era of speed, radio, and international finance, a local dispute in a small New England village could become a pivot upon which the peace of nations turned. It split the American public into two hostile camps: those who believed that the state must be supported even when it is wrong, and those who believed that a state that is wrong is the most dangerous engine ever invented by man. The two prisoners spent those 7 years in their cells, studying English, writing letters of a remarkably high poetic quality, and watching the machinery of their own destruction turn with the slow, blind regularity of a water wheel. They had set out to destroy the state by the application of philosophy, and the state was now replying by the application of the electric chair, an exchange of courtesies wherein the state has always possessed the advantage of superior equipment. Thus, the arrest of 1920 began a tragedy that would haunt the conscience of the Republic for a generation. It showed that while the American people had successfully conquered the wilderness, built the skyscrapers, and commercialized the very airwaves, they had not yet figured out how to try an unpopular foreigner without losing their minds in the process. Section 3. Diamonds and Dealerships. Chapter 7. The Sultan of Swat's New Home. It has always been a theory of mine that the human race is never more thoroughly itself than when it is gathered in a grand amphitheater, shouting itself hoarse over the spectacle of one of its fellow creatures hitting a piece of horsehide with a stick of ash wood. There is a primitive, unvarnished simplicity to the business that appeals directly to the ancient, untamed elements of the human soul. For all our books, our universities, our high-minded declarations of progress, and our newly minted laws forbidding the consumption of fermented beverages, man remains at his core an animal that likes to see things hit very hard and sent very far away. In the year 1920, the game of baseball, which we have long had the audacity to call our national pastime, as though the rest of our time were spent in prayer and sober contemplation, was in desperate need of an explosion. The previous autumn had left the sport in a state of moral collapse. It had been discovered that several prominent members of the Chicago White Sox had entered into a financial alliance with a syndicate of gamblers to lose the World Series deliberately, proving that the spirit of commercial enterprise had penetrated even into the sacred precincts of the diamond. The public was profoundly shocked to discover that a baseball game could be as crooked as a politician's promise. Attendance was dwindling, the grandstands were turning into deserts of empty wood, and the owners of the various clubs were looking forward to a future of financial ruin and honest employment. Furthermore, the game itself had become an unutterable bore. We were then in the final, suffocating gasp of what the historians call the dead ball era. It was a style of play engineered by small-minded, miserly men who looked upon a baseball with the same cautious suspicion that a Scotsman reserves for a new tax. The strategy of the day was not to hit the ball, but to coax it, slide it, and gently guide it into places where the fielders were not currently standing. A manager's highest dream of offense was a base on balls, followed by a sacrifice bunt that advanced the runner 90 feet. followed by a clever slide through the mud that resulted in a single, solitary run scored after 3 hours of intense, scientific maneuvering. The ball itself was a miserable object. The rules allowed a single ball to be used for an entire game, until it became so soft, misshapen, and thoroughly saturated with tobacco juice, dirt, and licorice that it resembled an old turnip and possessed about the same capacity for flight. Pitchers were permitted to deface the leather by spitting upon it, scratching it with emery paper, or coating it with mud, causing the ball to perform such erratic, unnatural dances through the air that the batter had no more chance of hitting it squarely than he had of catching a hummingbird with a pair of blacksmith's tongs. But in January of 1920, a theatrical producer named Harry Frazee, who had the misfortune of owning both a musical comedy and the Boston Red Sox, performed an act of commercial lunacy that changed the history of the Republic. Frazee was short of cash to finance a new stage production titled My Lady Friends. Looking about his ledger books for an asset that could be quickly converted into New York currency, his eye fell upon George Herman Ruth, a young man of 25 years who had spent the previous season hitting 29 home runs for Boston, an achievement that was then regarded as a species of witchcraft. Frazee sold Ruth to the New York Yankees for the sum of $100,000 in cash, supplemented by a massive loan secured by a mortgage on Fenway Park. It was an extraordinary transaction. Boston parted with the greatest athletic marvel the world had ever produced in exchange for the privilege of staging a 3-act farce containing 6 songs and a chorus line. The people of Boston immediately fell into a state of melancholy from which they would not emerge for nearly a century, while the city of New York received the perfect human monument for its loud, illegal, and spectacular new decade. George Herman Ruth, known variously to the public as the Babe, the Bambino, and the Sultan of Swat, was not constructed along the lines of the classical Greek athletes. He did not resemble Apollo. He resembled an enormous animated hot dog that had been dressed in a flannel uniform and taught to walk like a penguin. He possessed a massive, barrel-shaped torso that seemed to be supported by 2 remarkably thin legs, a broad, flat face that looked as though it had been fashioned out of raw beef by a sculptor who was working in a hurry, and an appetite for life that would have terrified the ancient Roman emperors. He did not train on vegetables and water. He trained on 12-egg omelets, 6-pound steaks, baskets of hot dogs, and gallons of whatever liquid his friends could slide under the door of his hotel room after midnight. When the 1920 season opened at the Polo Grounds in New York, the traditionalists of the game braced themselves for disaster. They expected this large, uncouth youth to be thoroughly subdued by the cunning pitchers of the American League, who had spent the winter inventing new methods of making the ball look like a lump of coal as it crossed the plate. Instead, Ruth walked into the batter's box, took a heavy 44-ounce bat that most ordinary men could not have lifted without a crane, swung it with the full, unrestricted velocity of his entire mammalian anatomy, and blew the old game off the map. The effect was instantaneous and magnificent. Ruth did not merely hit the ball, he destroyed it. He hit it with a sound that resembled a dynamite charge exploding in an orchard. He did not aim for the spaces between the fielders. He aimed for the clouds, sending the sphere high over the grandstand roofs, out of the park entirely, and into the adjacent streets, where it frequently entered the second-story windows of passing streetcars. The owners of the leagues, recognizing that the public would pay any price to see these spectacular exhibitions of violence, quickly altered the rules to accommodate the new fashion. They ordered the umpires to introduce clean, white, tightly wound balls into the game at the first sign of dirt. They banned the spitball, the emery ball, and the mud ball. Suddenly, the ball was alive. It was bright. It was hard. And when it encountered the wood of George Herman Ruth's bat, it flew with a joyful, unreasoning enthusiasm that delighted the souls of the multitude. By the end of the summer, the old records were not merely broken. They were annihilated. The previous Major League record for home runs in a single season had been 29, held by Ruth himself. In 1920, playing his first year in the uniform of the Yankees, the Babe hit 54. It was a number that broke the brains of the sporting writers. To appreciate the sheer, ridiculous magnitude of this achievement, one must understand that Ruth hit more home runs by himself than 14 of the 15 other entire teams in the major leagues. He was an athletic monopoly, an independent republic of power operating in the middle of Manhattan. The crowds that descended upon the polo grounds were like nothing ever seen before in the history of the sport. Millions of citizens who had never previously known the difference between a shortstop and a turnpike gate came out to watch the Babe. They packed the stands until the fences groaned under the weight. They stood 10 deep in the outfield grass behind ropes, risking their physical safety for the privilege of being within 100 yards of the miracle. Baseball was saved. The Black Sox scandal was forgotten, buried under a mountain of home run balls. The transformation of the game was a perfect reflection of the transformation of the nation itself. The country had grown tired of the old, cautious, scientific maneuvering of the past, whether in sports or in politics. They did not want the single run, the sacrifice bunt, or the League of Nations. They wanted the long ball, the big profit, and the grand, noisy spectacle. Ruth was the true president of the Jazz age, a man who lived without boundaries, who hit everything that came his way as hard as he could, and who taught the American public that the highest virtue a citizen co. Chapter 8. The Negro National League. The Caucasian branch of the human family has long congratulated itself upon its supreme and exclusive talent for organization. It is a comforting article of faith among the white citizens of our republic that if a thing is to be run with dignity, profit, and a proper respect for bookkeeping, they must be the ones to hold the ledger. They look upon the other races of the earth with a sort of benevolent pity, as though the Almighty had somehow forgotten to equip those darker peoples with the specific bump on the skull that enables a man to form a committee, elect a secretary, and pass a set of bylaws. For several decades, this peculiar superstition was nowhere more rigidly enforced than in the management of our national game. The gentleman who operated the major leagues of baseball had drawn a line, a cold, invisible, yet entirely impassable barrier known as the color line. The theory behind this line was a marvel of theological and commercial hypocrisy. The owners did not claim that the black man could not run, for they had seen him outrun the wind. They did not claim he could not catch, for they had seen him pluck the ball from the clouds. They did not claim he could not hit, for they had seen him deposit the sphere into the next postal district with a regularity that was downright monotonous. No, the official position of the baseball establishment was that the white public, that grand, enlightened body of citizens that spent its evenings drinking illegal gin and watching teenagers dance the Charleston, was far too delicate in its sensibilities to endure the sight of a dark-skinned gentleman sliding into second base on a Tuesday afternoon. The white baseball philosophy. The hypothesis. Our patrons require the highest standard of athletic excellence. The reality. Unless that excellence comes from a man who looks like he might catch a sunburn. The result of this policy was a grand continental spectacle of wandering genius. For years, the finest ball players in America were forced to live the lives of athletic gypsies, organized into independent teams that roamed the landscape like a collection of theatrical troupes. They called it barnstorming. They would climb into dilapidated automobiles or the second-class coaches of the railroads, travel 300 miles through the dust of a summer night, and arrive in some small prairie town just in time to play a doubleheader against the local mechanics. They played on fields where the grass was knee-high and the infield was mostly rocks. They changed their uniforms in the bushes because the local hotels refused them admittance. They ate their dinners out of paper sacks behind the grandstand while the white players they had just defeated went into the dining room to enjoy the oysters. It was a hard-wearing and thoroughly disgraceful business, but it had an unexpected consequence. It turned these men into the most resilient, versatile, and terrifyingly efficient baseball machine the world had ever seen. They regularized the art of the impossible. If a pitcher needed to throw a ball through the eye of a needle to prevent a run, he did it, because he knew that if he lost the game, the local promoter might forget to pay him his share of the gate money. If a batter needed to hit a ball over a barn to keep his team from being stranded in Iowa without train fare, he hit it over the barn. But in the middle of February in the year 1920, a large, magnificent, and entirely immovable gentleman named Andrew Rube Foster decided that the era of the athletic gypsy had lasted quite long enough. Foster was a man who would have been remarkable in any century, but in the 20th century he was a positive miracle. In his youth he had been the greatest pitcher in the country, possessed of a delivery so deceptive that it was whispered he could make the ball change its mind twice on its way to the plate. He had once defeated the legendary white pitcher Rube Waddell in a match, an achievement that resulted in his acquiring both his nickname and the permanent respect of every professional in the business. When his playing days were done, Foster did not retire to the porch to complain about the weather. He became a manager, an owner, and a financial strategist. He was a man of immense physical bulk, possessed of a deep, rumbling voice that sounded like a slide trombone playing in a cellar, and a brain that operated with the cold, silent precision of a Swiss watch. He was never seen without a massive briar pipe clamped firmly between his teeth, an instrument he used very much like a general uses a sword, to point the way to victory, to emphasize a command, or to silence an opponent before he had even finished opening his mouth. Foster looked upon the condition of black baseball and realized that the white owners were not merely cruel, they were stupid. They were sitting upon a gold mine of talent and public enthusiasm, and they were refusing to mine it simply because they did not like the color of the gold. He did not go to the major leagues to beg for admission, for he knew that a beggar is always left standing on the steps. He did not appeal to their conscience, for he knew that a baseball owner's conscience is a very small organ, located immediately behind his pocketbook, and entirely inaccessible to any argument that does not include a $sign. Instead, Foster invited the owners of the principal independent black teams of the Midwest to meet him at the Paseo YMCA in Kansas City, Missouri. It was a modest brick building located in the heart of the city's black district, but for 2 days, in that freezing February, it became the Independence Hall of American sport. The men who gathered in that room were a colorful, hard-bitten lot. Men who had spent their lives fighting railroad conductors, cheating sheriffs, and surviving on 4 hours of sleep a night. They were suspicious of one another, suspicious of the future, and thoroughly convinced that any attempt to form a regular league would end in the same bankruptcy that had swallowed every previous effort. But Rube Foster did not allow them time to indulge in their customary pessimism. He took the floor, lit his pipe, and for several hours he subjected those skeptical owners to a display of rhetorical and financial eloquence that completely paralyzed their capacity for doubt. He did not talk about charity, he talked about schedules. He did not speak of rights, he spoke of stadium rentals, transportation costs, and the absolute necessity of discipline. He told them that if they would band together into a single, permanent organization, they could stop begging for crumbs from the white man's table and build a banquet of their own across the street. "We are the ship!" Foster roared, bringing his massive hand down upon the table with a force that rattled the inkwells. "All else is the sea. If we do not steer our own course, we shall forever be at the mercy of the wind." On the 14th day of February, the Constitution was signed. The Negro National League was born. It consisted of 8 charter clubs, including Foster's own Chicago American Giants, the Kansas City Monarchs, and the Detroit Stars. They established a regular season, a uniform set of rules, and a system of discipline that forbade the players from using bad language, arguing with the umpires, or appearing on the field in a dirty uniform. Foster himself was elected president, treasurer, and chief executive officer, an arrangement that ensured the league would be run with absolute efficiency, since the committee meetings consisted entirely of Foster talking to his pipe. The success of the league was immediate and spectacular. The black public, finding themselves in possession of a sports organization that was entirely their own, descended upon the ballparks with an enthusiasm that bordered on religious frenzy. They did not merely watch the games, they turned them into grand social festivals. Every Sunday afternoon, the grandstands of Chicago, Kansas City, and St. Louis were packed with thousands of citizens dressed in their finest attire, gentlemen in silk shirts and straw hats, ladies in silk dresses and holding lace parasols, all of them cheering, singing, and eating fried chicken while the players performed their wonders on the green grass below. And the brand of baseball they witnessed was something entirely new to the continent. While the white major leagues were currently worshiping the slow, ponderous power of George Herman Ruth, a style of play, as we have seen, that consisted of waiting around for one large gentleman to hit the ball over the fence, the Negro National League was playing a game that resembled a streak of greased lightning. It was a style engineered for speed, daring, and psychological warfare. A batter did not merely stand there and swing, he bunted the ball down the third base line and was safe at first before the infielder had even managed to pick it up. A runner did not merely wait for a hit. He stole second base on the first pitch, stole third on the second pitch, and scored on a short fly ball to the shortstop by sliding between the catcher's legs in a cloud of dust that left the umpire completely blind. They invented the drag bunt, the hit and run executed with a ball that was 3 inches outside the strike zone, and a method of pitching that involved staring at the runner at first base while delivering the ball to the batter at the plate. It was a magnificent, breathless, and intensely intellectual game. And within 2 years, the white owners of the major leagues began to notice a very strange, very alarming phenomenon. Every Sunday, when their own clubs were playing to half-empty grandstands, the black ballparks down the street were turning away thousands of patrons at the gates. And looking closely at those crowds, the white owners discovered, to their profound astonishment and horror, that a very large percentage of the faces in the grandstand were white. The white public, it turned out, did not care nearly as much about the color line as the politicians had told them they did. They did not care about the fine points of ethnology when they could see a man like Bullet Joe Rogan pitched 9 innings of shutout baseball and then hit a home run in the 10th to win his own game. They wanted to see the best show in town, and Rube Foster had given it to them. The creation of the Negro National League in 1920 was a triumph of the human intellect over the forces of tribal stupidity. It showed that if you deny a man a seat at your table long enough, he will eventually stop asking, turn his back, and build a palace of his own that makes your house look like a chicken coop. Foster and his associates had set out merely to regularize a sport, but they had accidentally given the Republic a magnificent lesson in self-reliance. A lesson that was delivered every afternoon at 3 o'clock to the accompaniment of a cracking bat and the roar of 50,000 people who had temporarily forgotten that they were supposed to be prejudiced. Chapter 9. The NFL Prequel, the APFA. To the student of human history who observes the species from a safe and comfortable distance, there is nothing quite so entertaining as the process by which a localized public nuisance is systematically converted into a multi-billion-dollar national religion. In the modern era, we look upon the game of professional football as a grand, majestic pageant of strategy, luxury, and high corporate finance. We see colossal steel coliseums that cost more than the entire Louisiana Purchase, wherein 22 young millionaires, clad in armor that would have made a medieval knight look vulnerable, collide with one another for the entertainment of a populace that has paid the equivalent of a month's rent just to sit in the upper gallery and consume a lukewarm sausage. However, if one were to take a time machine back to the autumn of the year 1920, one would discover that professional football possessed about as much corporate majesty as a Saturday night barroom brawl, and enjoyed a social status located somewhere between chicken thievery and the operation of an unlicensed shell game. At that time, the only football that a respectable citizen would admit to watching was played by the pure, high-minded youths of the Ivy League colleges, young gentlemen of excellent lineage who ran about the grass of Yale or Harvard, breaking their collarbones for the sheer unvarnished glory of their institutions, or at least for the privilege of being looked at by the daughters of the local banking aristocracy. Professional football, on the other hand, was an entirely different sort of affliction. It was played by coal miners, steel workers, and canal boatmen who had discovered that they could supplement their meager weekly wages by allowing themselves to be kicked in the shins on Sunday afternoons by the inhabitants of a neighboring town. The playing fields were usually abandoned fairgrounds, cow pastures, or baseball parks, where the infield dirt had been baked by the summer sun into the consistency of an anvil. There were no grand stadiums, no radio broadcasts, and no medical staff beyond a local veterinarian who might be induced to look at a broken leg if he weren't too busy with a horse. The rules of the game were fluid, highly creative, and interpreted entirely by whoever happened to be the largest and most terrifying individual on the field. It was not uncommon for a team to arrive in a town, discover that the local referee was the brother-in-law of the opposing fullback, and realize that their only hope of achieving a touchdown lay in the literal decapitation of the entire defensive line. It was for the purpose of bringing some degree of order to this magnificent chaos that a small group of athletic entrepreneurs gathered on the 17th day of September in the year 1920. They did not meet in a grand hotel in New York, nor in a marble council chamber in Washington. They gathered in the city of Canton, Ohio, a community that was then chiefly famous for the manufacture of paving bricks and the production of watch cases. And their specific council chamber was the automobile showroom of Ralph Hay, the proprietor of the local Hupmobile dealership. Now, the Hupmobile was an internal combustion vehicle of the period which required a mechanical education to start, an act of faith to steer, and a considerable amount of physical courage to stop. It was a large, boxy contraption that looked like an oversized baby carriage that had been fitted with a boiler and a set of rubber tires. Because the afternoon was uncommonly hot, and because Hay's showroom was not designed to accommodate a convention of professional athletic managers, there were not enough chairs to go around. Consequently, the founding fathers of modern professional football, men who would eventually be credited with inventing the greatest entertainment monopoly of the 20th century, were forced to conduct their historic deliberations while sitting on the running boards and fenders of the displayed Hupmobiles, dangling their legs over the polished floor and balancing buckets of cold beer between their knees. The assembly consisted of representatives from various small industrial towns of the Midwest, places like Akron, Dayton, Rock Island, and Decatur. These were men who understood the heavy manufacturing business far better than they understood the principles of sportsmanship. Among them was George Halas, a young man from Chicago who had recently taken charge of a football team sponsored by the A.E. Staley Starch Manufacturing Company of Decatur, Illinois. Halas was a person of immense energy and a financial vision that was remarkably sharp. He was one of the few men in the room who suspected that if you could keep the players from killing one another before the fourth quarter, you might eventually induce the public to pay 50 cents a head to watch the performance. To give their new organization a veneer of respectability that it desperately lacked, the assembled managers looked about for a figurehead, a man whose athletic fame was so towering that it could obscure the fact that several of their teams were currently facing indictment for various forms of financial irregularity. They found their savior in the person of Jim Thorpe. Thorpe was an individual of such extraordinary physical genius that the Almighty must have crafted him on a day when he was feeling uncommonly generous toward the human race. He had won the decathlon and the pentathlon at the Stockholm Olympics. He had played Major League Baseball, and he was currently the player-manager of the Canton Bulldogs football team. He was a Sac and Fox Indian who possessed a majestic, silent dignity, a pair of shoulders that resembled the front end of a locomotive, and a capacity for running through an opposing line of scrimmage like a cannonball through a picket fence. The managers unanimously elected Jim Thorpe as the first president of their new enterprise, which they chose to call the American Professional Football Association. It was a magnificent choice. Thorpe accepted the honor with his customary brevity, lit his pipe, sat back down on the fender of a Hupmobile, and did absolutely nothing else for the remainder of the afternoon, leaving the details of the organization to the men who actually knew how to read and write. The chief business of the meeting was the establishment of a franchise fee, a financial barrier designed to ensure that only the most stable, reliable, and solvent organizations could gain admittance to the association. After a long and heated debate, during which several additional buckets of beer were consumed, the managers fixed the price of a franchise at the princely sum of $100. It was a staggering amount of money for the period, sufficient to purchase 200 bushels of wheat, 3 decent suits of clothes, or a substantial portion of a used Hupmobile. The comedy of the transaction, however, lies in the fact that not a single one of the gentlemen present actually possessed the $100, or at least none of them had any intention of parting with such a sum for the privilege of playing football in a cow pasture. They simply signed their names to a scrap of paper, shook hands, promised to pay the fee whenever the gate receipts from the upcoming season allowed it, and went home to look for some large youths who were willing to handle a leather ball in exchange for a steak dinner and a clean pair of socks. In fact, historical records indicate that the $100 fee was entirely an atmospheric hallucination. No one ever paid it, no one ever collected it, and the association began its life with a treasury that consisted of nothing but a few empty beer bottles and a considerable amount of optimism. Thus, without the benefit of a lawyer, a typewriter, or a single dollar of real capital, the organization that would eventually become the National Football League was launched upon the world from the running board of a used car. The first season that followed was a masterpiece of administrative comedy. There was no regular schedule. A team simply challenged whoever happened to be within rail distance on a particular weekend. If the Decatur Staleys wanted to play the Rock Island Independents, George Halas would send a telegram, buy his players a dozen railway tickets, and hope that the weather would be sufficiently clear to attract a crowd of steamfitters to the local park. The standings were calculated by a method that was entirely incomprehensible to any man who had not studied the higher branches of astrology, and the championship was eventually awarded to the Akron Pros primarily because they had managed to complete their schedule without being arrested or lynched by their own patrons. Yet, despite the absurdity of its birth, the meeting in Canton proved a fundamental truth about the American character. We are a people who love an organized spectacle, and we love it even more if it contains a substantial element of physical danger. Those industrial workers who spent 6 days a week repeating the same monotonous motions in a factory or a mine found a peculiar spiritual release in watching 11 of their neighbors attempt to dismantle 11 gentlemen from the next county on a Sunday afternoon. It was the old tribal warfare of the human race, regularized by a whistle, commercialized by a starch factory, and given a set of bylaws that nobody looked at. The year 1920 closed with the American Professional Football Association firmly established as a permanent part of the national landscape, though its founders would have been thoroughly astonished to learn that within a century their $100 imaginary franchises would be valued at $5 billion apiece. It is a comforting thought that the grandest institutions of our civilization often begin in the most ridiculous manner possible. It gives a man hope that his own current foolishness may eventually be viewed by posterity as a stroke of historic genius, provided he remembers to conduct it in the vicinity of a good supply of cold beer and a reputable automobile showroom. Section 4. The World at a Crossroads. Chapter 10. The League of Nations' First Meeting. The human race has never yet encountered a catastrophe so vast, so bloody, or so thoroughly devastating that it could not immediately find comfort in the formation of a committee to discuss it. It is an ancient and incurable superstition of our species that if you can only gather a sufficient number of gentlemen into a well-heated room, provide them with an abundance of scratch paper, and elect a chairman of dependable sobriety, the laws of nature will gracefully suspend themselves in deference to the minutes of the meeting. On the 15th day of November in the year 1920, this superstition received its highest, grandest, and most expensive manifestation in the city of Geneva, Switzerland. There, beneath the gray, impartial skies of the Alps, the League of Nations assembled for its very first plenary session. The purpose of this august body was nothing less than the permanent abolition of human conflict. Having just spent 4 years murdering one another by the millions, with a degree of scientific efficiency that would have done credit to a Chicago slaughterhouse, the civilized powers of the earth had suddenly experienced a profound overnight conversion to the principles of brotherly love. They had determined that henceforth, if two nations possessed a disagreement regarding a border, a tariff, or an insult to a flag, they would not resort to the vulgar arbitration of gunpowder. No, they would submit the matter to Geneva, where a collection of multilingual statesmen would pelt the offenders with an avalanche of paragraphs until they wept for mercy and signed a treaty. Now, the chief architect of this magnificent palace of peace was none other than our own president, Woodrow Wilson. Wilson was a man who possessed a towering, unshakable affection for humanity in the abstract, combined with a profound instinctive dislike for every individual human being who happened to cross his path. He had traveled to Europe in 1919 like a conquering prophet, his pocket stuffed with 14 points and his mind illuminated by a vision of universal righteousness that made the Sermon on the Mount look like a collection of local ordinances. He had bullied the cynical prime ministers of Great Britain and France, men who had spent their entire lives studying the precise art of the political pocket-picking, into accepting the covenant of the League. He had returned to America, his health broken, but his spirit intact, confident that his countrymen would rush into this glorious federation of the world with cheers and open arms. Unfortunately, Wilson had committed the fatal amateur blunder of the intellectual. He had spent so much time contemplating the stars that he had completely forgotten to check if his own horse was still hitched to the wagon. While the president was busy drafting the Constitution of the world, the United States Senate, under the stubborn and malicious guidance of Senator Henry Cabot Lodge, was observing the proceedings with the cold, critical eye of a sheriff inspecting a suspicious mule. The American people, as we have already established, had reached their absolute limit of global nobility. They did not want to protect the frontiers of Poland. They did not want to police the colonies of Africa. They wanted to stay home, buy a motor car, and ignore the rest of the planet. The Senate promptly rejected the Treaty of Versailles, padlocked the door against the League of Nations, and left Woodrow Wilson's favorite child stranded on the doorstep of Europe without a nickel to its name. Thus it came to pass that when the 42 nations of the earth gathered in Geneva for the great opening ceremony, the spectacle bore a remarkable, embarrassing resemblance to a grand fashionable wedding where the groom has failed to appear, but the guests have decided to stay and eat the cake anyway because it has already been paid for by the bride's father. The setting for this historical performance was the Salle de Réformation, a large, drafty auditorium that had been constructed by the Calvinists for the purpose of listening to long sermons regarding the certainty of damnation. It was a room entirely devoid of luxury, possessed of an atmosphere of cold Protestant severity that was calculated to discourage any outbreak of unseemly cheerfulness. The delegates sat on hard wooden benches that caused their aristocratic limbs to ache within 40 minutes, while the galleries were packed with journalists from every corner of the globe, all of them shivering in their overcoats and coughing into their handkerchiefs. The assembly was a magnificent carnival of diplomatic plumage. There were British lords in immaculate morning coats, who looked as though they had been born with a monocle already attached to their countenances. French statesmen with immense cascading mustaches that seemed to have been designed for the filtration of soup. Japanese diplomats who sat in a state of absolute, impenetrable silence, and representatives from various small republics who looked immensely pleased to find themselves in a place where their votes possessed the exact same mathematical value as the votes of the British Empire. The proceedings were conducted in 2 languages, English and French, an arrangement that ensured every simple idea had to be expressed twice, thereby doubling the time required to achieve a state of complete misunderstanding. A delegate from South America would stand up and deliver a passionate, fiery address regarding the rights of small nations, accompanying his remarks with a display of physical gestures that threatened the safety of the neighboring inkwells. When he sat down, a gentleman with a bald head and a tired voice would ascend a rostrum and translate the speech into English, stripping it of all its poetry, its fire, and its adjectives, until it sounded like a report on the condition of the sewage system in Bristol. The great comedy of the League, and it was a comedy that turned into a tragedy before the decade was out, lay in the complete and total absence of any physical power to enforce its decrees. The League possessed no army. It possessed no navy. It did not even possess a uniform policy for the collection of its own garbage. Its chief weapon, its ultimate instrument of coercion, was the moral conscience of mankind, a force that has always been remarkably effective against people who already possess a conscience, but is entirely useless against a gentleman who happens to have a regiment of infantry and an appetite for his neighbor's territory. If a small nation should violate the covenant, the League could pass a resolution declaring the act to be highly improper. If the nation persisted in its wickedness, the League could recommend that its members cease to sell shoes or potatoes to the offender. But if a great nation, a nation with big guns and heavy battleships, should choose to take a fancy to a piece of real estate, the League could do nothing but sit on its hard wooden benches in Geneva, expand its chest, and deliver a series of beautiful rolling sentences that expressed its profound sorrow at the state of the universe. The European powers, having realized that Uncle Sam had declined to provide the military muscle and the financial gold for the enterprise, immediately set about the business of turning the League into an instrument for the protection of their own private properties. The British used it to legitimize their possession of the old Turkish oil fields. The French used it to ensure that Germany remained in a state of permanent starving bankruptcy. The Swiss, who were hosting the entire affair, confined their participation to charging the delegates 3 times the standard price for their cheese and their hotel rooms, a display of commercial neutrality that was universally admired. As the first session closed in December, the delegates departed for their respective capitals, thoroughly satisfied that they had inaugurated a new era of civilization. They had passed hundreds of resolutions. They had established dozens of commissions. They had spent millions of francs, and they had successfully avoided discussing any issue that could possibly lead to an argument between anyone who mattered. The League of Nations settled down into its comfortable Swiss sanctuary, a magnificent empty monument to human hope and political hypocrisy. It had proved that 42 nations could live together in perfect harmony, provided they had nothing to do, no power to do it with, and an unlimited supply of stationery. And back in Washington, the ghost of Woodrow Wilson looked out from his retirement, his heart broken by the discovery that he had built a machine that could perform every function of a human being except live. Chapter 11. The Irish War of Independence. Bloody Sunday. It has always been a specialty of the Anglo-Saxon race to go about the globe, uninvited, for the purpose of presenting the native populations with the blessings of civilization. The British Empire, in particular, spent several centuries conducting this benevolent enterprise, knocking on the doors of various continents and informing the inhabitants that they were now the proud subjects of a distant monarch whose name they could not pronounce and whose geography they could not comprehend. In most instances, after a brief and noisy demonstration of the efficiency of the British artillery, the natives would gracefully submit to the arrangement, put on trousers, and begin the long, profitable business of producing tea, rubber, or cotton for the ledger-keepers of London. But right on England's doorstep, separated from the British mainland by nothing more than a few leagues of gray and turbulent water, lay an island that flatly refused to appreciate the favor. Ireland had been subjected to the civilizing influence of the British crown for something like 700 years, and yet, with a hereditary stubbornness that defied all the known laws of political economy, the Irish continued to look upon their protectors with the exact same affection that a sheep reserves for the local wolf. They did not want the British Constitution, they did not want the English language, and they most assuredly did not want to pay rent to an absentee landlord who spent his life in a London club, wondering why the peasantry across the Irish Sea were so uncommonly ungrateful. By the autumn of the year 1920, this ancient domestic misunderstanding had ceased to be an argument and had become a ferocious, unvarnished, and thoroughly desperate war. The imperial ledger, the British plan, deploy more troops, enforce curfew, restore dignity. The Irish reality, make the British occupation too expensive to endure. The Irish had established an underground government, elected their own parliament, and organized a secret, invisible army known as the Irish Republican Army, or the IRA. The commander of this phantom host was a young man named Michael Collins. Collins did not look like the traditional generals of the 19th century. He did not wear a gold-braided tunic. He did not possess a horse with a flowing mane. And he did not issue grand rolling manifestos from a tent on a hill. He was a former postal clerk and bank employee, possessed of a broad frame, a quick smile, and a brain that operated with the ruthless, systematic precision of a modern filing cabinet. Collins understood that a small, impoverished nation could never defeat the greatest empire on earth in an open field of battle. You could not line up 5,000 Irish farmers in the middle of a pasture and expect them to exchange volleys with the Dublin garrison. Instead, Collins invented a style of warfare that belonged entirely to the 20th century. He turned the city of Dublin into a vast, cooperative conspiracy. His soldiers were clerks, barmaids, railway conductors, and school teachers who went about their daily business in ordinary suits and caps. They hid pistols under their coats, carried intelligence in their boots, and executed their operations in broad daylight on the crowded street corners of the capital, before vanishing into the crowd like a drop of water in a bucket. To combat this invisible enemy, the British administration at Dublin Castle, a gloomy medieval fortress that served as the center of imperial power in Ireland, resorted to a measure that was a monument to official desperation. Finding their regular police force demoralized and their regular army unsuited for the tracking of ghosts, they recruited thousands of unemployed British veterans who had recently returned from the battlefields of France. These men were sent over to Ireland in a hurry before the government had even managed to manufacture a sufficient number of uniforms for them. Consequently, they were dressed in a makeshift collection of dark green police tunics and khaki military trousers, an outfit that caused the witty populace of Dublin to name them the Black and Tans, after a famous pack of hunting hounds from the south of Ireland. The Black and Tans were formidable men, but they possessed one fatal defect as a peacekeeping force. They had spent 4 years in the trenches of the Western Front, where the only known method of solving a problem was to hurl a high-explosive shell at it until it stopped moving. They did not understand the fine points of detective work, and they did not care about the constitutional rights of the inhabitants. If an unidentified individual fired a shot at a British truck from an alleyway, the Black and Tans would promptly burn down the nearest half-dozen houses, arrest every male citizen within a mile, and beat the local shopkeeper until he remembered the name of his grandmother. It was a magnificent display of military energy, but it had the unfortunate effect of turning every moderate, peace-loving Irishman into a dedicated rebel before sunset. The conflict reached its terrible, suffocating climax on the 21st day of November, a date that would permanently enter the calendar of the nation under the grim title of Bloody Sunday. The morning of that winter day opened with a series of clockwork executions that thoroughly paralyzed the British intelligence network in the capital. Michael Collins had discovered that the British had imported a special group of highly trained undercover agents known to the underworld as the Cairo Gang, who had been placed in fashionable Dublin boarding houses for the purpose of identifying and assassinating the leaders of the rebellion. Collins determined to strike first. At 9 o'clock in the morning, while the rest of the city was preparing for church, small groups of young men walked calmly into various houses across the city, drew their revolvers, and executed 14 British officers in their beds or their dining rooms. It was a brutal, cold-blooded performance, executed with the silent speed of a surgical operation, and it left Dublin Castle in a state of absolute trembling terror. The retaliation of the British forces, however, was not an exercise in military intelligence. It was an explosion of blind, tribal fury. In the afternoon of that same Sunday, a crowd of some 10,000 citizens had gathered at Croke Park, a large sports ground in the north of the city, to witness a Gaelic football match between the teams of Dublin and Tipperary. It was an ordinary, peaceful Sunday assembly, an audience filled with shopkeepers, laborers, women, and children who had come out to escape the tension of the city and enjoy an afternoon of athletic competition. An hour after the game began, a convoy of trucks containing the black and tans and the auxiliary police dashed up to the gates of the stadium. They did not enter the park to make arrests, nor did they ask to see the tickets of the patrons. They climbed out of their vehicles, advanced into the enclosure, and immediately opened fire upon the crowd with rifles and machine guns. The scene that followed was an exhibition of human terror that regular history books find difficult to describe with proper dignity. There was no cover on the green field. The 10,000 spectators became a single, frantic animal, screaming, falling, and trampling one another in a desperate attempt to scale the high walls at the far end of the park. The players on the field dropped to the grass to escape the leaden hail. One of the Tipperary players, a young man named Michael Hogan, was shot through the body as he lay on the sod, his jersey stained with the red proof of the Empire's displeasure. Within 10 minutes, 14 innocent civilians lay dead or dying upon the field, and hundreds more were crushed or wounded by the panic. The British government immediately issued an official bulletin declaring that their forces had been fired upon first by the crowd, an explanation that was received by the citizens of Dublin with that peculiar silent contempt that is far more dangerous to a government than an open riot. Nobody believed the bulletin. Even the editors of the London newspapers looked upon the performance at Croke Park with a sense of profound shame, recognizing that you cannot easily convince the civilized world that you are the champions of liberty when your principal military achievement of the season consists of shooting a football player in the middle of a match. The tragedy of Bloody Sunday did not end the war. It merely ensured that the war could only end in one possible way. It broke the moral authority of the British Empire in Ireland forever. A government may survive its own corruption. It may survive its own stupidity. It may even survive a financial bankruptcy that reduces its citizens to a diet of turnips. But it cannot long survive a spectacle wherein its own soldiers must hide behind machine guns to protect themselves from an audience at an athletic event. By the close of the year 1920, the ledger keepers of Downing Street were beginning to look at the Irish account with an expression of intense financial melancholy. They were spending millions of pounds a month to maintain an army of 60,000 troops on the island. Their police force was living in a sandbagged barracks like a garrison in an enemy country, and their international reputation was being torn to tatters by every journalist from New York to Berlin. Michael Collins and his invisible army had not driven the British into the sea, but they had accomplished something far more effective. They had made the cost of staying in Ireland entirely too high for a nation that had just spent its last shilling on the Western Front. The ancient empire had finally met a people whose desire to govern themselves was entirely equal to England's desire to govern everyone else. And facing that immovable obstacle, the machinery of imperialism began, for the very first time, to creak, groan, and look about for an honorable method of retreating from the field. Chapter 12. The Miracle at the Vistula. There is no occupation on the face of the earth that requires a more robust capacity for self-delusion than that of the political prophet. For centuries, these gentlemen have sat in their comfortable libraries, surrounded by heavy volumes of economic theory and looking out upon the world with the serene conviction that humanity is a simple, logical mechanism that can be easily guided by the application of a few well-constructed paragraphs. They draw maps, they project trends, and they announce to the public that on a specific Tuesday in the coming century, the old order will gracefully dissolve, and a magnificent new era of universal harmony will begin. Scarcely 3 years prior to the events of our present narrative, a group of determined gentlemen in Russia had put one of these grand prophecies to the test. Armed with the intricate doctrines of Karl Marx, a philosopher who spent his life writing about the nobility of manual labor while surviving entirely upon the charity of his friends and the patience of his tradesmen, they had overthrown the Russian Empire. They had declared the birth of a workers' paradise wherein the private ownership of property was abolished. Every citizen was transformed into a comrade, and the ancient, untidy business of supply and demand was replaced by the majestic supervision of a central committee in Moscow. But the chief defect of a paradise engineered by a central committee is that its creators are rarely satisfied with keeping it to themselves. It is a universal law of human vanity that if a man discovers a new religion, a new patent medicine, or a new method of organizing a government, he cannot rest until he has forced his neighbors to swallow it at the point of a bayonet. Vladimir Lenin and Leon Trotsky looked out from the Kremlin and concluded that the Russian Revolution was merely the first act in a global melodrama. The entirety of Western Europe, exhausted by the Great War, starving, and thoroughly demoralized, was ripe for conversion. They determined to export their paradise westward. The Bolshevik intent. The vision. We shall march through Poland, ignite the German workers, and turn the entire continent into a single, glorious Soviet. The friction. A river, a mustache, and a population that thoroughly disliked being told what to do. There was, however, a small geographical inconvenience standing squarely in the path of this glorious procession, and that inconvenience was the Republic of Poland. Poland was a nation that had spent the preceding 125 years entirely absent from the maps of Europe. It had been divided, sliced, and distributed among the empires of Russia, Prussia, and Austria, with the systematic thoroughness of a Sunday roast carved up for a large family. Yet, by some miracle of cultural obstinacy, the Poles had flatly refused to disappear. They had preserved their language, their religion, and their peculiar fiery patriotism under 3 different varieties of foreign oppression. And when the Great War finally collapsed all 3 of those empires simultaneously, the Polish nation had popped back up out of the wreckage like a cork that had been held under water for a century. By the summer of 1920, This newly resurrected republic was only about 18 months old, possessed of an empty treasury, a population that was still patching up its roofs, and an army that was a masterpiece of administrative comedy. The Polish soldiers were equipped with a collection of uniforms inherited from 4 different nations, speaking 3 different dialects, and carrying weapons that required 21 different varieties of ammunition, none of which could be easily found in the same warehouse. To the commanders of the Soviet Red Army, the conquest of this infant republic appeared to be little more than a pleasant summer excursion. Under the leadership of Mikhail Tukhachevsky, a brilliant, aristocratic youth of 27 years who conducted his campaigns with the rapid ferocity of a young Napoleon, the Soviet forces advanced westward with a speed that thoroughly paralyzed the intelligence offices of London and Paris. They moved in vast, unwashed columns, accompanied by thousands of wild Cossack horsemen whose reputation for violence was sufficient to clear the villages 3 days before their arrival. By the early days of August, Tukhachevsky's forces had reached the outskirts of Warsaw. They were so close to the capital that the inhabitants could hear the dull, monotonous thumping of the Soviet artillery from their parlors, and the diplomatic corps was seen packing its trunks and departing for the border with that dignified haste that always characterizes the higher branches of the civil service when there is danger of personal discomfort. The Western powers sat in their council chambers in Paris and wringed their hands in a state of absolute, trembling terror. They believed that if Warsaw fell, the red wave would roll across Germany like a flooded river, submerge the Rhine, and terminate its journey only when the red flag was flying from the Eiffel Tower. They sent a delegation of French generals to Warsaw to offer advice, which was the only commodity the French government possessed in abundance at the time, though the Polish commander, Marshal Joseph Piłsudski, received their counsel with a cold, silent contempt that caused the generals to write very lengthy defensive reports to their superiors in Paris. Marshal Piłsudski was a man whose countenance was entirely dominated by an immense, ferocious mustache that seemed to have been constructed for the purpose of concealing his thoughts from the rest of mankind. He was a former socialist revolutionary who had spent years in Siberian exile, a man who possessed a profound, mystical faith in the destiny of his nation, combined with a total lack of respect for the orthodox principles of military science. While the French advisers urged him to establish a standard defensive line along the Vistula River and wait for the enemy to wear themselves out against the trenches, Piłsudski determined upon a gamble so reckless that his own staff officers whispered that the marshal had finally lost his reason under the strain. He stripped the defense of Warsaw down to the absolute minimum, leaving the city guarded by little more than a patchwork line of students, factory workers, and women who had been handed rifles and told to stand firm. He then collected the remaining remnants of his mobile forces into a secret strike group some 70 miles south of the capital, hidden along the banks of the Vipers River. His plan was to wait until Tukhachevsky had fully committed his armies to the assault on Warsaw, and then hurl his small force directly into the exposed, overextended southern flank of the Soviet advance. It was a strategy that depended entirely upon the absolute ignorance of the enemy, the flawless timing of a broken-down transport system, and the willingness of the Polish soldier to march 40 miles a day on a diet of dry rye bread and water. On the 13th day of August, the final battle began. the Soviet forces launched a ferocious assault upon the outer defenses of the city, taking the town of Radzymin and reaching a point a mere 15 miles from the heart of the capital. The smoke of the conflict hung over the roofs of Warsaw like a heavy gray shroud, and the churches were packed to the doors with thousands of citizens who had concluded that since the government was powerless, the Almighty must be induced to intervene by a display of competitive praying. Then, on the 16th day of August, Pilsudski struck. His strike force erupted from the south like a hidden spring that had been suddenly released. They encountered almost no resistance, for the Soviet commanders had been so thoroughly convinced of their victory that they had left their flanks guarded by nothing more than a few scattered pickets and a vast quantity of empty space. At the exact same moment, the Polish cryptologists performed a miracle of modern science that surpassed anything ever achieved by the prophets of old. They had successfully decoded the Soviet radio ciphers, and discovering that the main Soviet station was attempting to transmit orders to their detached Fourth Army to retreat, the Polish operators took possession of the frequency. For 2 consecutive days, the radio station in Warsaw broadcast the entire text of the Book of Genesis in Morse code, completely jamming the Soviet communications and leaving their northern forces in a state of total blind isolation while Pilsudski's columns were chewing up their rear guard. The Radio War of 1920. Soviet radio operator requesting urgent orders for the Fourth Army. Polish radio operator. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. The result was an administrative and military catastrophe that occurred with the suddenness of an avalanche. The Red Army did not merely retreat, it disintegrated. Within 48 hours, those vast, triumphant columns that had expected to march into Germany were fleeing eastward in a state of absolute panic-stricken confusion, leaving behind their artillery, their supply wagons, and their grand translations of Karl Marx. Tukhachevsky's dream of a global revolution was buried under the mud of the Polish plains, and the Red Wave was paused so thoroughly that it would require another 20 years and the assistance of Adolf Hitler before it could find its way back to the Vistula. The Western world, looking upon the sudden transformation of the landscape, could find no rational explanation for the event within the standard vocabulary of military science. They called it the miracle at the Vistula, a phrase that was highly satisfactory to the theologians, immensely comforting to the French advisers who immediately claimed credit for the arrangements, and profoundly amusing to Marshal Pilsudski, who knew that the miracle had been executed entirely by the application of an immense mustache, a spectacular piece of radio jamming, and the stubborn insistence of a population that preferred their own homegrown difficulties to a paradise imported from Moscow. Section 5. Mechanical and Scientific Marvels. Chapter 13. The Thompson Submachine Gun. The unique distinction which separates man from the higher orders of the ape family, and indeed from all the more respectable beasts of the field, is his unmatched, glittering genius for inventing tools wherewith to puncture his fellow man from a distance. A tiger is born with a set of claws which must satisfy his requirements for a lifetime. A hornbill must make do with the beak provided by nature, and the common bulldog is limited to such damage as he can execute with a pair of stubborn jaws and a brief expenditure of physical energy. Man alone, being possessed of an immortal soul and a capacity for higher mathematics, looks upon the simple claws of the animal kingdom with a sense of profound pity. From the moment he discovered that a smooth pebble could be hurled with greater velocity from a leather pocket than from the naked hand, he has spent his finest intellectual energies in the cultivation of long-distance disagreement. In the early months of the year 1920, this ancestral passion for punctuation achieved its highest, most portable, and most rhythmic manifestation in the laboratories of the Auto Ordnance Corporation. It was an instrument known to the registries of the Patent Office as the Thompson submachine gun, but it would eventually be baptized by the public under a variety of affectionate local titles, including the Chicago typewriter, the Annihilator, and the Chopper. The inventor's logic. The hypothesis: a portable machine gun will quickly clear the trenches and restore peace to a suffering continent. The reality: the war ended too soon, leaving a gentleman with 10,000 instruments of destruction and an empty order book. Now, General John Taliaferro Thompson, the mastermind behind this particular marvel of mechanical deception, was a military gentleman of the old school, possessed of excellent intentions and a countenance of immaculate, bureaucratic gravity. During the late unpleasantness in Europe, General Thompson had observed that the chief difficulty of modern warfare lay in the immense amount of time wasted by the soldiers in walking across the mud of no man's land for the purpose of shooting one another with single-shot rifles. It was a slow, tedious, and thoroughly unbusinesslike performance. He concluded that what the civilization of the 20th century required was a trench broom, a small, lightweight firearm that a single infantryman could carry in his arms like an infant, capable of scattering several hundred leads of lead into a ditch within the space of a few seconds. With the assistance of a group of ingenious mechanics, General Thompson perfected a mechanism that utilized a beautiful principle of physics, wherein the very pressure of the exploding cartridge was used to unlock the bolt and load the next round, repeating the cycle with a velocity that turned the sound of gunfire from a series of distinct reports into a single, continuous, and terrifying roar, remarkably like the sound of a heavy canvas sail being torn in a gale. Unfortunately for the financial expectations of the Auto Ordnance Corporation, the European empires grew thoroughly tired of their mutual destruction, just as the factories in America were getting the machinery oiled. The armistice was signed in November of 1918, leaving General Thompson in the melancholy position of a merchant who has manufactured an immense supply of premium ice skates just as the pond begins to melt for the summer. The trenches were filled in, the soldiers were sent home to their farms, and the United States Army informed the general, with that polite indifference that always characterizes a peacetime government, that they had absolutely no use for a trench broom now that there were no trenches left to sweep. Finding himself with a warehouse full of portable lightning and an empty bank account, General Thompson was forced to resort to the grand universal remedy of the American Republic. He decided to market his machine gun to the civilian public. In the spring of 1920, the corporation issued a commercial catalog that deserves to be ranked among the supreme monuments of American romantic fiction. Since the law of the land did not yet include any foolish restrictions regarding the ownership of automatic artillery, anyone with a postal address and a pocketbook could purchase a Thompson gun, complete with a drum magazine containing 100 cartridges for the sum of $200. The advertisements were directed at two distinct classes of citizens. The honest rancher. The catalog featured a beautiful illustration of a gentleman in a wide hat, standing on the porch of a lonely western cottage, using his Thompson submachine gun to defend his cattle against a band of desperate horse thieves who were fleeing across the prairie in a cloud of dust. It was implied that the gun was an indispensable asset for the modern agriculture business, as useful for the eradication of coyotes and crows as a common scarecrow, though considerably more thorough in its results. The prudent banker. Other notices recommended the weapon to bank guards, express messengers, and suburban homeowners who wished to discourage the nighttime visits of the ordinary burglar by the application of 800 rounds of lead a minute, an arrangement that would certainly protect the silver spoons, though it might leave the dining room wallpaper looking somewhat ventilated. The spectacle of a quiet, church-going citizen purchasing a military machine gun through the post office for the purpose of protecting his turnip patch from the local boys is one of those exquisite comedies that only the American imagination can properly construct. However, the honest ranchers of Wyoming and the prudent bankers of Boston showed a remarkable lack of enthusiasm for the new invention. A rancher discovered that if he fired a Thompson gun at a coyote, he was likely to destroy not only the coyote, but also the 3 neighboring fences and 2 of his own best milk cows. And a banker found that a guard who unleashed a drum of ammunition in the lobby of a financial institution was liable to reduce the local board of directors to a collection of casualties before he had even managed to hit the robber. But just as General Thompson was preparing to declare bankruptcy, his true customers arrived. They did not come from the ranches of the West, nor did they belong to the banking aristocracy of the East. They were the rising young executives of the nation's newest, most profitable, and most illegal industry, the bootlegging syndicates of the great cities. The extension of business law. The old method, an argument between merchants settled by an appeal to a judge. The 1920 method, an argument between bootleggers settled by a 5-second demonstration from a closed automobile to a gentleman who spent his nights importing illegal Canadian whiskey across the Detroit River or manufacturing bathtub gin in a basement in Chicago. The Thompson submachine gun was not a weapon. It was a highly efficient piece of office equipment. The bootlegging business, as we have already seen, was operated entirely outside the tedious restrictions of the civil courts. If a rival syndicate chose to encroach upon your territory, or if a regular customer decided to forget the payment for his monthly supply of rum, you could not employ a lawyer to draft a summons or file an injunction before a magistrate. The Thompson gun provided an overnight solution to all these commercial difficulties. It was small enough to be hidden beneath a long overcoat. It could be carried in a standard leather case originally manufactured for a violin, an arrangement that caused many a citizen to look upon a traveling musician with a sudden, trembling respect. And it could be fired from the window of a moving automobile with a degree of accuracy that made the traditional double-barrel shotgun look like an antique. Within a few months of its civilian debut, the rhythmic chatter of the Chicago typewriter became a familiar part of the municipal music of the Republic. It revolutionized the art of political debate in our major cities, turned the traditional gang war into a branch of heavy industry and taught the American police force that if they wished to maintain their authority, they would have to lay down their wooden clubs and buy a few typewriters of their own. Thus, the year 1920 closed with General Thompson's invention firmly established as the definitive symbol of the new decade. He had set out to create an instrument that would bring peace to Europe by the rapid termination of a war, and instead he had provided the youth of America with a machine that turned the streets of their own cities into a permanent, loud, and incredibly profitable battlefield. It was a magnificent display of human progress, proving that no matter how hard a high-minded inventor may labor to protect his country's virtues, the public will always find a way to use his genius for the preservation of their own favorite vices. Chapter 14. The First Transcontinental Airmail. The Postal Department of a civilized government is an institution that has always been peculiarly susceptible to the romantic delusion that a piece of paper can be moved from one side of a continent to the other too quickly. For generations, the American public was entirely satisfied if a letter from their aunt in Boston arrived in San Francisco within 3 or 4 weeks, provided the document had survived the attentions of the Red Indians, the highwaymen, and the natural negligence of the railway clerks. If the aunt was merely writing to say that her rheumatism was worse, or that the cat had given birth to 5 tortoiseshell kittens, the intelligence was of no more urgency when it reached the Pacific than if it had been engraved upon a Babylonian brick and delivered by a mule. But by the summer of the year 1920, the Post Office Department had been bitten by the same modern tarantula that was currently causing the rest of the Republic to race about the landscape in a state of high-velocity delirium. The authorities looked upon the railway train, an engine that could cross the continent in the remarkably brief span of 5 days, and they concluded that 5 days was an eternity. It was an insult to progress. They determined that the mail must fly. The instrument chosen for this grand experiment was not a sleek, majestic liner of the skies, such as a modern citizen might expect aboarding for a holiday. No, the aerial fleet of the post office in 1920 consisted entirely of surplus military de Havilland DH-4 biplanes left over from the Great War. The anatomy of a DH-4. The frame, canvas, wire, and premium spruce wood. The engine, a massive Liberty motor with a habit of shedding its parts. The safety feature, a large gasoline tank placed directly between. The pilot's back and the fiery exhaust. The young men who flew these machines did not possess the social status of the modern commercial pilot, who wears a neat uniform with gold stripes and sits in a heated cabin surrounded by thousands of automated dials. The Airmail pilots of 1920 were a wild, reckless, and thoroughly unpolished breed of adventurers who dressed in heavy leather coats, greasy trousers, and sheepskin-lined boots to prevent themselves from freezing to death in an open cockpit at 8,000 feet. They were universally regarded by their superiors as a collection of incorrigible lunatics, and by the insurance companies as individuals whose signatures upon a policy were of no more financial value than a declaration of loyalty from a professional politician. The official mortality statistics of the Airmail service during its first years were a monument to official obstinacy. It was whispered among the mechanics that a young man who entered the service had about the same chance of surviving his first winter as a snowball has of maintaining its structural integrity. during a July afternoon in New Orleans. The great comedy of the enterprise, and it was a comedy that frequently required the services of the local undertaker, lay in the complete and total absence of any scientific apparatus for the guidance of the aviator. The pilots did not possess radios, they did not possess radar, they did not even possess a dependable compass that would not spin about like a crazy beetle whenever the engine was turned on. If a gentleman wished to fly from New York to San Francisco with a bag of 10-cent love letters, he was obliged to execute the entire journey by the exclusive application of his own eyesight and a robust capacity for guesswork. They called it contact flying, which meant that the pilot had to maintain visual contact with the earth at all times, an arrangement that worked beautifully, provided the sky was as clear as a mirror, but became an exercise in blind suicide the moment a cloud or a bank of fog descended upon the landscape. To find their way across the 3,000 miles of mountains, forests, and prairies that separated the two oceans, the Airmail pilots invented a system of navigation that belonged entirely to the realm of comic opera. They followed what they affectionately termed the iron compass, which was nothing more than the tracks of the Transcontinental railroads. If a pilot rose out of Long Island, he would look down until he discovered the steel rails of the Pennsylvania Railroad, and he would follow those rails westward with the fidelity of a hound following a rabbit. When he reached Chicago, he would pick up the tracks of the Burlington line and follow them across the plains until he encountered the Union Pacific tracks in Nebraska. This was an admirable strategy, but it required the pilot to fly so close to the earth that he was frequently exposed to dangers that the inventors of the airplane had never anticipated. In moments of low cloud or heavy snow, an Airmail pilot would lower his machine until he was skimming along a mere 30 feet above the telegraph poles, reading the names painted on the sides of the small-town railway stations to determine whether he had reached Iowa or was currently lost in Illinois. It was not uncommon for a locomotive engineer looking back from his cab during a storm to discover a large roaring biplane tailing his train at a distance of 50 feet, the pilot waving his arm through the blizzard to ask if the train was bound for Omaha or Denver. The pilot's roadmap. The instruction: fly west until you see the big red barn with the advertisement for chewing tobacco painted on the roof. The alternative: if you hit a church steeple, you have gone 2 miles, too far to the north. Furthermore, the pilots were dependent upon the local geography for their landmarks. Every aviator possessed a private notebook filled with descriptions of individual farms, peculiar rock formations, and municipal structures that had to be recognized if he wished to avoid crashing into a hill. They navigated by recognizing a specific red barn in Indiana, a particular herd of white cattle in Wyoming, or a church steeple in Salt Lake City. If a farmer happened to paint his barn green over a weekend, or if the cattle were driven to a different pasture for the winter, the entire navigation network of the United States Post Office was thrown into a state of profound, trembling confusion, and the mail was liable to spend the night in an apple orchard instead of the municipal repository. On the 8th day of September in the year 1920, the department attempted its grandest performance, the opening of the first continuous transcontinental airmail route. A relay of planes was organized to carry the bags all the way from the Atlantic to the Pacific without a pause. The first machine left Hazelhurst Field on Long Island at the break of dawn, and for the next 33 hours, the mail was hurled from plane to plane, from pilot to pilot across the Alleghenies, over the Mississippi, through the rocky gorges of the West, and down into the valleys of California. The journey was a magnificent spectacle of human courage and mechanical perversity. One pilot was forced to land his machine in a cornfield in Pennsylvania because his radiator had sprung a leak. He mended the engine with a piece of wire borrowed from a passing scarecrow, refilled the tank with muddy water from a hog wallow, and took off again into the rain. Another gentleman, crossing the plains of Nebraska at night, found himself completely blind in a thunderstorm. He was saved from destruction only because a league of public-spirited farmers, having been informed by telegraph that the mail was coming, went out into their fields with their lanterns and set fire to several dozen haystacks to illuminate the boundaries of the prairie for the traveler. Against all the calculations of the traditionalists, the experiment succeeded. The mailbags arrived at the Marina Field in San Francisco precisely 33 hours and 20 minutes after they had left the shores of New York. It was a triumph that broke the records of the railway trains by nearly 2 full days, and the Postmaster General issued a manifesto that overflowed with such a torrent of patriotic bloviating that a reader might have concluded that the angels themselves had acted as the co-pilots for the journey. But the reflective observer of human progress, looking upon those grease-stained leather bags as they were unloaded from the canvas wings of the biplane, could not help but wonder what monumental treasures of human intellect had required such a display of mortal peril. When the bags were opened, it was discovered that the contents consisted of precisely the same description of material that had previously been carried by the slow-moving mules of the 19th century. Several hundred notices from financial institutions informing the citizens of California that their mortgages were due. A collection of circulars advertising a premium brand of laundry soap. A few dozen letters from young men in New York to their sweethearts in San Francisco, containing sentences that could have easily waited until the following spring without causing any permanent injury to the structure of the universe. The first transcontinental airmail was indeed a triumph of navigation and bravery, but it was also a magnificent demonstration of the great law of modern civilization. We are a people who will cheerfully risk the lives of a dozen brave young men, spend thousands of dollars of public treasure, and dismantle several premium airplanes simply for the privilege of moving our nonsense from one side of the world to the other at a speed that prevents us from thinking about what we are writing. The airmail had conquered the continent. The iron compass had proved its worth, and the sky was now permanently established as the repository for our bills, our circulars, and our national haste. Chapter 15. Rutherford's Proton. It has always been a source of profound gratification to the reflective philosopher to observe the spectacular layout of the human intellect, particularly in its choice of battlefields. Man will spend 3 centuries weeping over his inability to see through a brick wall, and then, upon being presented with an instrument that allows him to peer into the very marrow of the universe, he will immediately use it to determine whether his neighbor is cheating at cards or if there is an uncollected tax to be gathered from the inhabitants of the next valley. We are an inquisitive species, but our curiosity is almost always decorated with a keen eye for the ledger. For several thousand years, the scientific establishment of our planet operated under a remarkably comfortable and uncomplicated doctrine regarding the architecture of the cosmos. The ancient Greeks, a people who spent their lives wrapped in bed sheets, discussing virtue in the shade of an olive tree, had decreed that the world was constructed out of four fundamental elements: earth, air, fire, and water. It was a beautiful, simple, and thoroughly mistaken theory, but it possessed the immense advantage of being easily understood by the common people. If a man dropped a stone on his toe, he knew it was the earth element asserting its gravity. If he burned his whiskers on a candle, he was suffering from an excess of the fire element. There was no need for textbooks, no need for laboratories, and no need for mathematics beyond the capacity to count one's sheep before nightfall. By the opening months of the year 1920, however, this ancient peace had been completely shattered by a new breed of natural philosophers who were not content to leave the universe alone in its simplicity. They had developed a terrifying passion for chopping things up into smaller pieces to see what made them tick. They had discovered that the solid matter of our globe was not solid at all, but was composed of billions of minuscule invisible systems called atoms, a word derived from the Greek meaning indivisible, which the scientists immediately celebrated by spending the next 20 years proving that they could divide it with the greatest ease imaginable. The supreme grand master of this atomic butchery was a large, boisterous gentleman named Sir Ernest Rutherford. Rutherford was a native of New Zealand who had traveled to England for the purpose of turning the scientific world upside down, an enterprise he conducted with a degree of physical energy and acoustic volume that thoroughly terrified his colleagues at the Cavendish Laboratory. He did not look like the traditional philosopher of the 19th century. He did not possess a pale, bloodless countenance. He did not wear a velvet skull cap. And he did not speak in those hushed, mysterious whispers that are designed to convince the public that the speaker is on intimate terms with the ghosts. Rutherford was a large, full-blooded man with a voice that resembled the roar of a sea captain in a gale and a habit of singing old church hymns at the top of his lungs while he was working, a habit that caused many a delicate glass instrument in his laboratory to vibrate in sympathy with his theology. Rutherford's method of investigation was characteristically direct. He did not sit in a chair and meditate upon the nature of existence. He built a mechanical artillery piece. He took a tiny speck of radium, a substance that was then causing a great deal of excitement because it could glow in the dark and gradually destroy a man's liver without his noticing it, and he used it to fire a continuous stream of miniature projectiles called alpha particles into a container of ordinary nitrogen gas. The atomic reality. The ancient belief the world is made of solid, dependable bricks. The 1920 discovery the world is made of tiny, frantic ghosts dancing around an empty ballroom. It was a spectacular piece of celestial billiards. For months, Rutherford sat in the dark, staring through a microscope at a zinc sulfide screen, watching for the tiny microscopic flashes of light that occurred whenever an alpha particle struck a target. Most of the projectiles passed straight through the gas as if there were nothing there, proving that the solid air we breathe is mostly composed of an immense and terrifying vacuum. But every now and then, out of several thousand shots, A particle would collide squarely with the nucleus of a nitrogen atom, and when it did, a new variety of particle would come flying out of the wreckage with a velocity that defied all the established laws of physics. By analyzing these atomic casualties, Rutherford arrived at a conclusion that shook the foundations of human thought. He realized that these fragments being knocked out of the nitrogen were actually the nuclei of hydrogen atoms, the simplest, lightest element in the known universe. He had succeeded in doing what the old alchemists had spent their lives failing to achieve. He had changed one element into another by the simple application of mechanical violence. He had cracked the fortress of the nucleus, and inside he had discovered the primary building block of all creation. In the late summer of 1920, at a meeting of the British Association for the Advancement of Science, Rutherford gave this fundamental particle its official name. He called it the proton, from the Greek word meaning first. The announcement was received by the intellectual centers of the world with a state of absolute trembling enthusiasm. The philosophers declared that humanity had finally figured out what the universe was made of. They drew elaborate diagrams in the journals, showing the modern atom as a miniature solar system, with a heavy, righteous proton sitting in the center like a golden king, surrounded by a cloud of small, frantic electrons that spun about his throne with an agility that would have done credit to a professional dancer. The public was informed that everything they could see, touch, or smell, the mountains, the oceans, the stars, the skyscrapers of New York, and the boots on their own feet, was constructed entirely out of these two invisible entities. It was an extraordinary revelation, but it brought with it a profound philosophical crisis for the common man. If a dining room table was not a solid piece of mahogany, but was merely a collection of billions of empty spaces populated by a few frantic protons and electrons dancing around one another at the speed of light, why did it hurt so much when a gentleman struck his shin against the leg of it while searching for his slippers in the dark? However, the great irony of the year 1920, and it was a comedy that provided the truest index of human limitation, lay in the spectacular contrast between our knowledge of the stars and our management of our own kitchens. While the finest intellects of the century were busy measuring the weight of an invisible proton to the 10th decimal place, the mechanical geniuses of the Republic were still entirely unable to construct a simple electric toaster that could handle a piece of bread without turning it into a monument of charcoal. The spectrum of human ingenuity. The achievement: we can split the atom and name the building blocks of the sun. The failure: we cannot toast a piece of rye bread without attracting the attention of the municipal fire department. The electric toaster of the period was a small wire-caged engine of destruction that had recently been introduced to the American home as a symbol of the modern era. It did not possess a clockwork timer, it did not possess a pop-up mechanism, and it did not possess any automatic method for regulating the temperature of its coils. It was an instrument designed for the cultivation of domestic vigilance. To achieve a piece of toasted bread, a housewife was obliged to place the slice into the wire contraption, turn on the current, and then stand over the machine with the absolute unblinking intensity of a hawk watching a field mouse. If she looked away for a fraction of a second to check on the baby, to answer the telephone, or to ensure that her husband's bootleg gin distillery in the basement had not developed a leak, The coils would instantly rise to a heat that rivaled the interior of a volcano. The bread would not brown. It would ignite. Within 3 minutes, the kitchen would be filled with a heavy, pungent smoke that could remove the varnish from the ceiling, and the family would be forced to breakfast upon a substance that possessed the texture and the flavor of an old shoe heel. This was the true condition of the human race in the autumn of 1920. We had successfully conquered the invisible boundaries of the atom. We had deciphered the music of the spheres. We had given a Greek name to the primary force of the cosmos. And we were currently sitting in our suspenders, eating burned toast in a kitchen that smelled of turpentine. It was a magnificent demonstration of our progress, proving that no matter how far we may stretch the lines of our science into the heavens, we are destined to remain forever at the mercy of our own plumbing, our own cookery, and our own inherent incapacity to manage the simple machinery of daily life without causing a minor catastrophe before noon. Section 6. The Arts and the Absurd. There is a venerable and unalterable law in the economy of human generations which decrees that the primary, sacred obligation of youth is to thoroughly terrify its elders. If a boy cannot cause his father to stroke his beard in deep, gloomy contemplation regarding the future of the race, or if a girl cannot induce her grandmother to suffer a minor spell of palpitation over the dinner table, that youth must be regarded as a dismal failure, entirely lacking in proper ancestral pride. For several thousand years, this generational warfare was conducted with a reasonable degree of moderation, limited chiefly to the smoking of surreptitious corn silk behind the barn, the reading of forbidden romances by the light of a tallow dip, or the occasional exhibition of a radical opinion regarding the necessity of attending church on a rainy Sunday. But in the summer of the year 1920, the young womanhood of the American Republic abandoned these old, slow-moving methods of domestic irritation. They did not settle for a quiet rebellion of the mind. They walked into the parlor, picked up a pair of heavy shears, and cut the 20th century loose from its moorings by the simple, unstoppable application of dressmaking and barbering. The architectural shift. The 1890 ideal, a majestic monument bound in whalebone and heavy velvet. The 1920 reality. A frantic, lightweight creature traveling at 30 miles, an hour in a motorized runabout. To appreciate the sheer revolutionary magnitude of this transformation, one must first contemplate that grand outmoded masterpiece of domestic engineering known as the Gibson Girl. For 30 years, this creature had reigned as the absolute, undisputed ideal of American femininity. She was a majestic, towering phenomenon, constructed along the lines of a premium piece of Victorian upholstery. Her hair was piled high upon her crown in an immense, billowing fortress of curls that required several dozen metal hairpins and a considerable amount of structural luck to survive a brisk breeze. Her body was squeezed, bolted, and laced into a corset constructed of premium canvas and whalebone, an instrument of torture designed by the collective malice of the medical profession to compress her internal organs into a space no larger than a common teacup. Above this engine of confinement, she wore yards of heavy velvet, silk, and crinoline that trailed along the carpets, collecting the dust of the streets and ensuring that if she wished to cross a muddy turnpike, she was obliged to hoist her drapery with the frantic care of a captain managing a sailing ship in a gale. The Gibson girl was a sedentary monument. She did not run, for her corset did not permit the expansion of the lungs. She did not dance beyond a stately glacial turn around a ballroom, and she did not express any opinions that could not be easily managed by a soft sigh or a graceful flutter of a lace handkerchief. She was precisely what the 19th century male required, a beautiful, silent, and entirely stationary object that could be reliably found exactly where he had left her the previous Tuesday. But by the autumn of 1920, this architectural masterpiece was dead, buried under a mountain of discarded petticoats and severed tresses. In her place rose the flapper. The name itself was a matter of considerable etymological debate among the journalists of the period. Some asserted it derived from the young birds of the marshlands that flap their wings in a clumsy, ridiculous attempt to fly before they have attained their proper plumage. Others claimed it referred to the newly introduced rubber galoshes, which the young ladies flatly refused to buckle, causing the footwear to make a sharp, rhythmic flap, flap, flap against the concrete pavement as they walked down the avenue. Whichever theory a gentleman chose to adopt, the reality of the creature was an absolute shivering shock to the custodians of public morality. The great shearing. The first line of battle was drawn in the neighborhood barber shop. For centuries, a woman's hair had been regarded as her crowning glory, a sacred possession that was never to be cut from the head unless she had been struck down by a severe case of typhus, or was entering a nunnery of the most austere description. In 1920, thousands of young girls marched into the establishments of the local barbers, sanctuaries that had previously been reserved for the shaving of men and the discussion of horse racing, and ordered the astonished tradesmen to chop their hair off within 2 inches of the scalp. They called it the bob. It was a clean, boyish cut that left the ears exposed to the public view, a display of anatomical frankness that caused many a traditional father to look upon his daughter as if she had suddenly grown a pair of horns. The shrinking fabric. Simultaneously, the hemlines of the nation began a steady northward migration that defied all the established laws of gravity and tailoring. Skirts that had for generations brushed the tops of the shoes were suddenly shortened to the ankle, then to the shin, until by the end of 1920, the American public was treated to the unprecedented, terrifying spectacle of a woman's knee joint in broad daylight. The destruction of the fort, the corset, was flung into the ash can. In its place, the youth adopted a loose, straight, cylindrical garment that resembled nothing so much as a silk flour sack fitted with shoulder straps. It was a costume designed for locomotion, a dress that allowed a girl to climb into an automobile without assistance, swing a tennis racket, or engage in those frantic acrobatic dances that were currently turning the night sanctuaries of the cities into a branch of gymnastics. The moral panic that followed this transformation was a magnificent exhibition of human futility. The clergy took to their pulpits to announce that the short skirt was the definitive sign of the approaching end of the world, a celestial judgment that would surely involve fire, brimstone, and a complete shortage of premium linen. Legislators in various states, gentlemen whose own characters, as we have seen, were currently being nourished on bootleg whiskey, sat down at their desks to introduce bills forbidding any woman from appearing in public with a dress that rose more than 3 inches above the ankle, under penalty of a fine and 30 days in the county jail. One worthy magistrate in Ohio declared that the bobbed hair was a direct violation of the epistles of St. Paul, and asserted that a girl who cut her hair was practically inviting the devil to take up residence in her parlor. But the young ladies did not care about St. Paul, and they did not care about the legislature. They discovered that if you remove 20 pounds of unnecessary fabric from your person, discard a whalebone corset, and cut your hair so that it does not require 2 hours of labor before breakfast, life becomes a remarkably pleasant and cheerful business. They began to apply paint to their faces, not with the cautious secrecy of the older generation, who used a little pink powder while pretending they had merely been walking in the fresh air, but with a bold, artistic ferocity, coloring their lips a deep, dramatic crimson and darkening their eyes until they resembled a collection of charming, nocturnal bandits. They took up the smoking of cigarettes in public places, holding the paper tubes between their fingers with an agility that left the older generation of matrons in a state of speechlessness. They drank their gin rickeys out of teacups in the speakeasies. They drove their boyfriends' motor cars through the parks at 40 miles an hour. And when they danced the Charleston or the shimmy, they shook their shoulders and kicked their heels with a joy that seemed to say to the 19th century, "You have spent 70 years telling us to be patient, and we have decided to be loud instead." The birth of the flapper in 1920 was more than a change in the fashion catalogs. It was a profound, irreversible declaration of independence executed by the youth of the Republic. The old-world ideal of womanhood as a quiet, sedentary ornament to be protected from the realities of existence was dead, buried under a mountain of discarded hairpins. The flapper had arrived, and though her dress was short, her hair was brief, and her conversation was remarkably lacking in those formal grammatical pomposities that her grandmother had admired, she possessed a resilience and a freedom that changed the geography of the continent forever. She had proved that if the world was going to be modern, it was going to have to run fast enough to keep up with her unbuckled galoshes, and the old world, recognizing its defeat, could do nothing but pull its spectacles down upon its nose, groan, and go to bed. Chapter 17. F. Scott Fitzgerald, This Side of Paradise. It is an ancient and indestructible delusion of every fresh generation of the human family that they are the very first individuals who have ever successfully discovered the existence of romance, the taste of intoxicating liquors, or the profound tragic beauty of their own disillusionment. A young man of 20 years looks out upon the world and concludes, with a symmetry of logic that is entirely beautiful to observe, that all the millions of human beings who preceded him through the centuries were nothing more than a collection of bloodless wooden effigies, who spent their days in a state of continuous frosty propriety, entirely unacquainted with the grand stormy passions that are currently rattling the windows of his own soul. He believes that his grandparents were born at the age of 50, wearing spectacles and holding a hymn book, and that the history of human emotion did not truly begin until he himself was admitted to the freshman class at the university. For the first 2 decades of the 20th century, the literature of our republic did everything it could to encourage this comfortable superstition. The novels that loaded the counters of our bookshops were high-minded, well-scrubbed, and suffocatingly respectable compositions, engineered by elderly moralists who believed that the primary purpose of a story was to provide the reader with a premium example of the rewards of industry and the certainty of a virtuous old age. The characters in these volumes were standard interchangeable models. The young hero was a youth of iron muscle and stainless character who worked 14 hours a day in a shipping office, never used profanity, and looked upon a young lady with the distant, reverent awe that a collector reserves for a rare piece of porcelain. The heroine was a creature of such immaculate purity that she appeared to subsist entirely upon fresh air and good advice, and whose grandest exhibition of passion consisted of a modest blush, when the hero requested permission to speak with her father regarding the condition of his bank account. But in the late spring of the year 1920, a young gentleman from the state of Minnesota walked into the editorial offices of Charles Scribner's Sons in New York and dropped a literary dynamite charge upon this garden of domestic platitudes. His name was Francis Scott Key Fitzgerald, though he chose to discard the patriotic middle flourishes for the purpose of trade, presenting himself to the public under the lean, aristocratic designation of F. Scott Fitzgerald. He was a youth of 23 years, possessed of a face so uncommonly handsome that it caused the young ladies of Manhattan to stop dead in their tracks on the sidewalk, a pair of eyes that seemed to be permanently illuminated by the reflection of some distant and magnificent carnival, and a head of golden hair that was parted squarely in the middle with a mathematical precision that would have done credit to an engineering professor. The literary transformation. The old school, a 3-volume sermon regarding the virtues of thrift. The new school, a 300-page declaration that the youth are sad, beautiful, and thoroughly fond of gin. The background of this young man was a perfect preparation for the business of chronicling an age of absurdity. He had attended Princeton University, an institution of higher learning in New Jersey, where he spent 3 years neglecting his chemistry lectures, failing his Latin examinations, and devoting his finest intellectual energies to the composition of lyrics for the college musical comedies and the study of the precise social distinctions that separated the wealthy youths of New York from the less fortunate inhabitants of the provinces. When the Great War erupted, he had left the university without a degree to enter the army, and having been stationed at a camp in Alabama, he had performed the greatest military achievement of his career by falling desperately in love with Zelda Sayre, a wild, beautiful, and thoroughly unpredictable Southern belle who possessed a capacity for causing a minor riot at a country club dance that was universally admired by the youth of 3 states. Zelda was a magnificent creature of the new era, but she possessed a keen, small-town eye for the condition of the ledger. She flatly refused to marry her golden-haired lieutenant on his prospects alone, informing him with a delightful but terrifying frankness that she had no intention of spending her youth in a 3-story walk-up, mending his socks and waiting for his genius to be recognized by the public. Fitzgerald had retreated to his parents' house in St. Paul, pinned his manuscripts to the wallpaper of his bedroom, and for several months he had written with the frantic, white-knuckled ferocity of a man who is attempting to buy a bride before another customer arrives with a larger bag of gold. The result of this romantic panic was a novel titled This Side of Paradise, published by the ancient house of Scribners on the 26th day of March in the year 1920. The old publishers, who had spent 50 years printing the majestic, slow-moving prose of Henry James, and the theological essays of Presbyterian divines looked upon the manuscript with the same trembling horror that a church deacon reserves for an uninvited goat that has wandered into the middle aisle during a sermon. The book did not possess a plot in the traditional sense, it did not possess a moral, and it did not possess any character who could be reliably expected to do a single day of honest work for the benefit of the gross national product. It was the biography of a youth named Amory Blaine, a young man who was an exact, glittering duplicate of Fitzgerald himself. Amory was a romantic egotist who spent his childhood being thoroughly spoiled by an eccentric mother, his adolescence in looking at his own reflection in the mirrors of fashionable prep schools, and his youth at Princeton, where he discovered that the ultimate tragedy of human existence lay in the fact that his favorite neckties did not perfectly match the color of his socks. He fell in love with a succession of beautiful, cold-hearted young ladies who kissed him in the backs of motor cars, drank his cocktails, and then promptly deserted him for various other youths who possessed larger allowances or more reliable expectations from their grandfathers. The impact of the book upon the public mind of 1920 was instantaneous and spectacular. It was as though a window had been suddenly thrown open in a room that had been shut up since the death of Queen Victoria. The older generation read the volume with a sense of profound, shivering terror. For years, they had suspected that the youth of the nation were changing, but they had comforted themselves with the belief that the bobbed hair, the unbuckled galoshes, and the jazz music were merely superficial passing eccentricities that could be cured by a good talking to or a brief course in domestic economy. Now, out of the mouth of one of the rebels themselves came the cold, hard truth. Fitzgerald informed the astonished parents of the Republic that their children had grown up to discover that all gods were dead, all wars were fought, and all faiths in man were shaken. But what truly paralyzed the intelligence of the matrons was the discovery of the petting party, a social institution wherein the young men and women of the best families gathered in darkened parlors or country club verandas for the exclusive purpose of exchanging embraces without the benefit of an introduction, a chaperone, or any intention of matrimony. "They kiss!" the reviewers for the religious weeklies shrieked, their pens trembling with indignation. "They kiss before they are engaged. They drink gin out of flasks at football games. They speak of the human anatomy with a degree of vocabulary that would make a sailor blush, and they look upon their elders as a collection of obsolete artifacts that ought to be cleared away by the health department." The youth of the nation, on the other hand, received the book as their definitive charter of liberty. They bought out edition after edition until the presses could scarcely find sufficient paper to keep up with the demand. Every undergraduate at Yale, Harvard, and Michigan immediately adopted the vocabulary of Amory Blaine. They began to look at themselves in the mirrors with a newfound tragic intensity. They began to wear their coats with a peculiar, careless slouch, and they spent their evenings trying to look as though all their faiths in man had been thoroughly shaken, an expression that required a considerable amount of facial muscle but was regarded as exceedingly distinguished by the young ladies. The new American vocabulary. The old term, a formal courtship under the supervision of 3 aunts. The 1920 term, a petting party in a motorized runabout with a bottle of rum. Fitzgerald did not merely chronicle the new era, he gave it its name. In the pages of his stories, he popularized the term the Jazz Age, turning a word that had previously been associated with the subterranean dance halls of the South into a grand, glittering description of an entire civilization that was currently racing toward bankruptcy with a song on its lips and a glass of bootleg liquor in its hand. The financial windfall from the book was sufficient to satisfy even the small-town commercial requirements of the Sayre family. Zelda packed her trunks, boarded a train for New York, and on a beautiful April morning, she and Scott were married in the rectory of St. Patrick's Cathedral, an event that marked the official coronation of the King and Queen of the Carnival. The young couple immediately set about the business of living the very novel they had created. They took up residence at the Plaza Hotel, and for the remainder of the year 1920, they turned the city of New York into a personal three-act comedy. They rode on the tops of taxicabs down Fifth Avenue in their evening clothes. They dove into the public fountains of Union Square because the July heat was oppressive and they wished to see if the water was clean. They arrived at theater parties 3 hours late, explaining to their hosts that they had been obliged to spend the afternoon helping a stranger look for a lost tricycle in Central Park. They were young, they were beautiful, they were rich, and they were thoroughly determined to consume the 20th century before it had a chance to grow old. Fitzgerald sat at his desk between parties, nursing a hangover that felt like a localized thunderstorm, and dashed off short stories for the popular magazines at the rate of $1,000 apiece. Stories about flappers who bobbed their hair to annoy their uncles, and young men who lost their fortunes but found their style. The year 1920 closed with F. Scott Fitzgerald firmly established as the definitive prophet of the decade. He had looked upon the chaos of the Republic, the dry dawn of Prohibition, the airwaves filled with invisible music, the flappers in their short skirts, and he had given it a mirror wherein it could see its own beautiful, foolish face. He had taught the nation that if the world was going to be an absurd place, the only logical response for a gentleman of intellect was to dress in his finest linen, pour a glass of bootleg gin, and dance until the music stopped. Chapter 18. The First Miss America Pageant. The American businessman is a creature possessed of many magnificent talents, but his supreme glittering masterpiece is his total unyielding refusal to allow the laws of nature to interfere with the collection of a dollar. He looks upon the turning of the earth, the migration of the birds, and the rotation of the seasons not as grand celestial exhibitions of the Almighty's architecture, but as a series of specialized administrative difficulties to be overcome by the application of advertising and showmanship. If the sun chooses to set in the evening, the businessman does not waste his time in poetic contemplation of the twilight. He invents the electric lamp and charges the public 3 cents an hour for the privilege of ignoring the darkness. For several decades, the primary, heartbreaking tragedy of the Atlantic coast was the sacred and immutable institution of Labor Day. Historically, this first Monday in September was the precise moment when the American public, acting upon some blind collective instinct that resembled the migration of the lemmings, would suddenly pack their valises, lock up their summer cottages, and flee the beaches of the Republic. One day, the shore would be black with humanity. The hotels would be roaring with prosperity, and the cash registers would be playing a continuous, syncopated melody that filled the souls of the innkeepers with holy joy. The next morning, the wind would whistle through empty verandas. The waves would break upon a desert of barren sand, and the local merchants would be left sitting in their empty parlors, weeping into their ledgers and contemplating a long, unprofitable winter of honest labor. The vacation calendar. July and August. The public will pay $1 for a cup of lukewarm water. September. The public will not visit the ocean if you offer it to them for nothing. Nowhere was this seasonal melancholy more deeply felt than in the city of Atlantic City, New Jersey. Atlantic City was an empire constructed entirely upon the sand, a city whose sole magnificent purpose was the separation of the citizen from his pocket money by the competitive application of saltwater taffy, rolling chairs, and a wooden boardwalk that stretched along the beach like an immense 3-mile invitation to extravagance. It was a place where a man could purchase a ticket to see a horse dive from a platform into a tank of water, buy a bottle of patent medicine that promised to cure his rheumatism while dissolving his boot soles, and consume a quantity of fried clams that would have paralyzed a goat, all within 40 yards of the municipal lighthouse. But by the first Tuesday of September in the year 1920, the hotel proprietors of this wooden metropolis had reached the limit of their endurance. They looked upon their empty dining rooms. They looked upon their unbooked chambers, and they concluded that if the public would not remain in town voluntarily after Labor Day, some magnificent, unprecedented trap must be constructed to hold them there by force. The merchants gathered in their council chambers, smoked an abundance of cheap cigars, and eventually fell under the influence of a young newspaper promotion man named Harry Finley. Finley recognized that while the average American citizen could be remarkably indifferent to the attractions of the ocean when the September air grew brisk, there was one object on the surface of the habitable globe that would reliably cause him to stop in his tracks, forget his business, and abandon his family: the public exhibition of an uncommonly attractive young woman. Finley proposed that the city should host a grand competitive carnival of pulchritude, an intercity beauty contest, to be conducted on the boardwalk during the second week of September. They would invite the various newspapers of the East Coast to select a young lady to represent their respective municipalities, bring them to Atlantic City at the expense of the hotel keepers, and have a committee of distinguished citizens judge them. To appreciate the scandalous, hair-raising audacity of this scheme, one must understand that the human race was currently in the very middle of that grand transition from the Victorian wardrobe to the flapper costume, which we have previously examined. For generations, the bathing suit worn by the American female was an engine of modesty that resembled a winter overcoat, fitted with a pair of trousers and a set of heavy woolen stockings. A lady who wished to enter the surf was obliged to encase herself in 40 pounds of blue flannel, an outfit that ensured she could not swim 3 yards without sinking to the bottom like a stone, but which possessed the immense moral advantage of preventing the Atlantic Ocean from discovering that she possessed a pair of ankles. But by 1920, as we have seen, the hemlines had broken their chains. A group of daring young ladies had begun to appear on the beaches in knitted one-piece swimsuits that actually revealed the shape of the human mammalian anatomy, an innovation that caused the older generation of matrons to cover their eyes with their parasols and call for the police. In fact, during the very summer of our narrative, several young women had been arrested on the beach at Atlantic City by a specialized squad of beach censors who went about with tape measures to ensure that no lady's swimsuit rose more than 2 inches above the knee joint. The extension of the tape measure. The beach censor. Your garment is 2 inches too short. You must go to jail. The pageant judge. Your symmetry is 2 inches short of perfection. You must go home. The genius of the Atlantic City merchants lay in their ability to take this exact same scandal, wrap it in a silk ribbon, decorate it with a brass band, and turn it into an official municipal virtue. They announced that the young ladies would be judged not merely on their facial countenances, but on their appearance while marching down the boardwalk in these modern one-piece bathing suits. The response from the public was an explosion of curiosity that completely justified the calculations of the hotel keepers. Thousands of citizens who had previously been preparing to board the trains for home promptly tore up their railway tickets, checked back into their rooms at the Traymore or the Ritz-Carlton, and took up positions along the boardwalk with an intensity of concentration that would have done credit to an army of astronomers watching an eclipse of the sun. The contestants arrived from Washington, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and Harrisburg. They were not the professional models or actresses of the modern era. They were amateur youths, stenographers, schoolgirls, and dry goods clerks who had been selected by their local newspapers because they possessed a pleasant appearance and a willingness to be stared at by 50,000 people without fainting. The judging was conducted by a panel of artists and businessmen under the supervision of an illustrator named Howard Chandler Christie, a gentleman who had spent his life drawing idealized versions of American womanhood for the covers of magazines and who looked upon the real, live candidates with the cold, critical eye of a livestock inspector examining a pen of premium heifers at a county fair. The young ladies were forced to march up and down the wooden planks in their bare feet, smile at the multitude until their jaws ached with the exertion, and stand in a row while the judges measured their height, their weight, and the precise circumference of their ankles with a degree of bureaucratic gravity that made the Treaty of Versailles look like a piece of casual literature. The winner of this inaugural tournament was a young lady named Margaret Gorman, a 16-year-old schoolgirl from Washington, D.C., who possessed a cloud of golden curls, a height of exactly 5 feet and 1 inch, and a resemblance to Mary Pickford that was universally admired by the judges. To formalize her victory, the promoters did not present her with a simple certificate or a purse of silver dollars. No, they understood that the American public, despite having fought a bloody revolution to rid themselves of the tyranny of the British Crown, possessed an insatiable, deep-seated passion for the trappings of royalty. They threw a green velvet robe over the schoolgirl's shoulders, placed an immense, glittering golden crown upon her curls, and handed her a gilded scepter that resembled an oversized curtain rod. They baptized her under the majestic, continent-spanning title of Miss America. The scene that followed was a magnificent demonstration of the national character. 50,000 freeborn citizens of the Republic broke into a roar of cheers that could be heard across the marshes of New Jersey, throwing their hats into the air and waving their handkerchiefs as though they had just witnessed the coronation of the Queen of Sheba. The hotel keepers smiled, the cash registers resumed their syncopated music, and the summer season was successfully extended by a full 4 days, proving that while the American public might be indifferent to the beauty of the ocean, they would watch anything as long as there was a crown involved at the end of the performance. The first Miss America pageant in September of 1920 was a triumph of commercial alchemy. It turned a public scandal into a national institution, regularized the art of the measurement of ankles, and gave the Republic a new variety of royalty that required no ancestry, no intellect, and no political convictions beyond the capacity to look pleasant while standing on a damp boardwalk in a knitted swimsuit. The merchants of Atlantic City had successfully conquered the autumn calendar. They had beaten Labor Day at its own game, and they had provided the new decade with its definitive monument to the arts of publicity, proving that if you can only find a sufficiently beautiful girl and a sufficiently large crown, the American public will cheerfully remain on the beach until the snow begins to fly. Chapter 19. The 1920 Census, the Urban Shift. The state of a nation's soul may be vaguely estimated by its poetry, its politics, or the quality of its banknotes. But its true physical destiny is recorded only in that massive, bureaucratic inquest known as the Federal Census. Every 10 years, the government of our republic recovers from its customary lethargy, hires an army of energetic citizens with ink horns and leather satchels, and sends them knocking on every door from the coast of Maine to the valleys of California. It is a strange, inquisitive business, engineered under the comforting assumption that the Almighty might somehow misplace a few million of His creatures if the authorities in Washington did not periodically provide Him with a verified tally. For more than a century, this grand arithmetic exercise had returned precisely the same answer to the philosophers of the Capitol. It declared that the American was essentially a creature of the soil. He was a creature who lived in a house he had constructed with his own axe, looked out upon a horizon that was entirely unburdened by his neighbor's smoke, and spent his days in a state of continuous majestic isolation, variable only by a Saturday trip to the crossroads store to purchase salt pork and a new bucket. But when the calculators finished turning their handles in the autumn of the year 1920, they let out a collective whistle of bureaucratic astonishment. The old world had vanished during the night. For the very first time since Christopher Columbus made his initial unfortunate landfall on the continent, the census revealed that more Americans lived in the cities than on the farms. The Great American Flit. The Ancient Record. A continent of solitary woodsmen and independent plowboys. The 1920 Verdict. A republic of apartment dwellers, streetcar riders, and gentlemen who buy their milk in glass bottles. To appreciate the profound revolutionary nature of this intelligence, one must first contemplate that grand, sacred political article of faith known as the Jeffersonian ideal. Thomas Jefferson, a gentleman who possessed a magnificent talent for architecture, a beautiful prose style, and an absolute horror of any congregation of human beings larger than a small-town choir, had decreed that the independent, dirt-farming citizen was the sole exclusive repository of Republican virtue. Jefferson looked upon the great cities of Europe with their crowds, their tenements, their factories, and their professional politicians, with the exact same affection that a nervous housewife reserves for a den of water moccasins. The creators of the soil, the philosopher of Monticello had written, are the chosen people of God. If ever he had a chosen people, whose breasts he has made his peculiar deposit for substantial and genuine virtue, the mobs of great cities add just so much to the support of pure government as sores do to the strength of the human body. For 3 generations, the politicians of the Republic had lived entirely upon the interest of this particular sentiment. Every candidate for public office, even if he had been born in a mansion in Boston and had never seen a cow from a distance of less than 3 miles, felt obliged to open his campaign by declaring that his earliest, holiest memories were associated with the handle of a plow and the fragrance of the manure pile. It was understood that a man could not reliably be trusted with the governance of a township unless he could prove he had spent his youth in a state of rustic wretchedness, enduring the winter frosts without boots and studying his spelling book by the light of a burning pine knot. But by 1920, the American public had grown thoroughly, aggressively tired of rustic virtue. The reality of the Jeffersonian ideal, when stripped of its poetic adjectives, was a remarkably hard, cold, and uncomfortable business. It required a man to rise out of his bed at 4 o'clock on a freezing January morning, carry a lantern into a drafty barn, and engage in a long, monotonous conversation with a sullen mule while his toes were turning blue from the frost. It required a housewife to spend her youth hauling water from a well, boiling laundry in a heavy iron kettle over an open fire, and looking out the window at a landscape that contained nothing more exciting than a wet rail fence and 3 melancholy crows sitting on a dead oak tree. The city, on the other hand, had spent the first 2 decades of the 20th century turning itself into a vast, glittering, and entirely irresistible trap for the imagination of the youth. It was a place where a gentleman did not have to shovel snow to find his way to the well. He simply turned a brass tap on the wall, and the water appeared by magic, accompanied by a monthly bill from the municipal authorities that was a positive pleasure to complain about. It was a place where the darkness of the night was not an absolute suffocating blanket, but was merely an excuse to turn on thousands of electric lamps that turned the avenues into a permanent, artificial afternoon. The youth of the prairies looked upon their fathers' muddy boots, they looked upon their mothers' worn hands, and they concluded that if they were destined to be parts of the human body, they would much rather be a minor blemish on the skin of a metropolis than a substantial piece of muscle in a wilderness. They packed their pasteboard suitcases, boarded the local trains, and descended upon Chicago, Detroit, New York, and Cleveland, like an army of occupation. The contrast of trades. The old labor, 14 hours behind a horse, watching the earth turn over. The 1920 labor, 8 hours in a department store selling silk stockings to ladies who have bobbed their hair. The transformation of the population was accompanied by a spectacular transformation in the very architecture of human existence. The old homestead, with its wide porch, its apple orchard, and its unlimited supply of fresh air, was packed into a suitcase and moved into a 3-story walk-up tenement or a brick boarding house. Man became overnight a gregarious, compressed animal, living packed hip to haunch with thousands of his fellow creatures in a structure that resembled an oversized honeycomb fitted with windows. The life of the new urban citizen was an exercise in competitive noise. In the country, the only sounds that disturbed the silence of the evening were the hooting of an owl or the wind through the pines. In the city, the resident was treated to a continuous, multi-volume orchestration of progress. The screeching of the iron wheels of the trolley cars on the tracks outside his window, the shouting of the newsboys announcing the latest murder in Brooklyn, and the distinct, unmistakable thumping of his neighbor's phonograph playing a jazz melody through a plaster wall that possessed about the same sound-deadening capacity as a sheet of writing paper. He learned to eat his dinner out of tin cans that had been processed in a factory 3 states away. He learned to spend his evenings in a darkened theater, watching the silent shadows of Hollywood actors chase one another across a linen sheet. And he learned to travel to his employment by squeezing his body into a subterranean iron train that moved through the dark at 40 miles an hour, packed so tightly against his neighbors that he could not easily tell whether the hand currently resting in his coat pocket belonged to himself or to a gentleman from Poland who was traveling to the same factory. The traditionalists of the nation looked upon this urban shift with a sense of profound, shivering despair. They declared that the character of the Republic was being permanently dissolved in the melting pot of the metropolis. They asserted that a man who did not own a square foot of dirt could never truly appreciate the nobility of the flag, and they predicted that within another generation the population would entirely forget how to grow potatoes, how to steer a horse, or how to survive a winter without the assistance of a municipal steam radiator. But their protests were of no more effect than the whistling of a cricket against a locomotive. The census of 1920 had delivered its verdict, and there was no court of appeals that could alter the figures. The Jeffersonian ideal was dead, buried under a mountain of concrete and steel. The American people had looked upon the independent, virtuous life of the soil, and they had chosen the comfortable, crowded, and thoroughly sinful existence of the avenue. They had moved into town, they had buckled their galoshes, they had turned on their radios, and as the year 1920 drew toward its close, they sat in their 3-story walk-ups, thoroughly satisfied that they had successfully escaped the nobility of nature and had achieved the highest development of human civilization, which consists entirely of living within 30 yards of a first-class delicatessen and a moving picture theater. Chapter 20. 1921 is brewing a scandal. When a year has spent 12 consecutive months behaving in a manner that would fully justify its permanent confinement in a municipal asylum, it is only proper that it should exit the stage with a few ominous whispers regarding the future. The year of our Lord 1920 had been an absolute trembling carnival of human inconsistency. It had begun with a legal declaration that the nation was henceforth too virtuous to endure the presence of a glass of beer, and it was closing with the discovery that the public was entirely willing to risk blindness, imprisonment, and the destruction of their kitchen plumbing for the privilege of consuming a fluid that tasted like a mixture of kerosene and wild honey. It had seen the airwaves populated by invisible vocalists, the sports fields dominated by a large gentleman who hit balls over the roofs of the outer boroughs, the young ladies stripped of their hair and their petticoats, and the federal census processors announcing that the independent plowboy had officially packed his extra shirt into a carpetbag and moved into a crowded city tenement to buy his milk from a stranger. One would think that after such a display of intellectual gymnastics, the Republic would desire nothing more than a long, quiet interval of sobriety and reflection. But it is a primary defect of the human mechanism that when it once becomes accustomed to traveling at a velocity that threatens to loosen its teeth, it cannot easily return to a pace that accommodates the contemplation of its own sins. As the month of December drew its gray blankets over the continent, the citizens of the United States did not prepare for a return to the quiet methods of the previous century. They looked forward to the new year with an enthusiasm that was remarkably unburdened by any respect for the laws of God or the regulations of the Post Office Department. The bootlegging syndicates had successfully completed their initial organization, moving out of the primitive era of the individual kitchen sink and entering into the grand, majestic realm of high corporate finance. The heavy trucks, purchased from surplus military stocks and driven by young veterans who looked upon a municipal policeman with the exact same respect that a timber wolf reserves for a yard dog, were now running regularly along the dark highways of the Northeast, their springs groaning under the weight of premium Canadian whiskey and Caribbean rum. The speakeasy had become an established branch of urban architecture, as necessary to the happiness of the populace as the local bakery or the moving picture palace. In New York alone, the authorities estimated that for every honest saloon that had been padlocked by the Volstead agents in January, 3 underground sanctuaries had sprouted in the basements by December, an achievement in agricultural replication that surpassed anything ever recorded in the manuals of the Department of Agriculture. Meanwhile, in the small town of Marion, Ohio, the great champion of the made-up word was preparing his wardrobe for his march upon the Capitol. Warren G. Harding was sitting on his front porch, looking extraordinarily presidential in the winter sunshine, while his advisers were busy packing their trunks with an abundance of linen suits, silk handkerchiefs, and premium decks of playing cards. The public had voted for Normalcy by a landslide that broke the records of the century, under the impression that they were purchasing a period of serene rustic tranquility, wherein the government would confine its energies to the collection of the customs and the distribution of seed packets to the farmers. The architecture of a cabinet, the ideal, a council of venerable sages illuminated by the spirits of the founding fathers, the reality, a collection of small-town lawyers and oil speculators who look upon the United States Treasury as an unprotected orchard. But the public did not understand the nature of the Ohio gang, that remarkable circle of political card players, courthouse mechanics, and fraternal lodge brethren who had acted as the engineers for Harding's elevation. These gentlemen did not look upon the approaching inauguration as a solemn obligation to be discharged with prayer and fasting. No, they looked upon the government of the United States very much like a band of hungry schoolboys looks upon a neighboring orchard when the owner has gone to town for the afternoon. They understood that a president who spent his finest intellectual energies in the cultivation of his vocabulary and the improvement of his golf swing was an asset that could be turned to excellent financial account by a group of friends who knew how to draw a lease or manage a warehouse. Among this cluster of impending statesmen, there was one individual whose countenance was entirely calculated to inspire a sense of profound, trembling respect in the breast of the casual observer. This was Senator Albert B. Fall of New Mexico, a gentleman whom Harding had already selected to occupy the high office of Secretary of the Interior. Fall was a man of the Old West, a person who looked as though he had been manufactured by a premium novelist to represent the spirit of the frontier. He possessed a tall, lean frame, a face that had been baked by the desert sun to the consistency of an old saddle, a voice that rumbled like a landslide in a canyon, and a habit of wearing an immense black Stetson hat that cast a shadow of permanent gravity over his features. He was a man of fierce convictions, the chief of which was that if the Almighty had hidden a valuable mineral, a pool of oil, or a forest of premium timber beneath the soil of the public domain, he had done so for the exclusive purpose of allowing a patriotic businessman to dig it up and sell it for a profit before the upcoming Tuesday. Now, during the late war, the federal government had set aside several vast underground pools of oil to be held in perpetuity for the exclusive use of the United States Navy. These were known as the Naval Petroleum Reserves, and they were located in various lonely, windswept corners of the West where the common people had no use for the real estate. The theory behind these reserves was entirely beautiful. If the nation should ever find itself engaged in another global conflict, and if the oil markets of the world should be closed by the machinations of a foreign power, the battleships of the Republic could simply pump their fuel directly out of these public reservoirs and proceed to defend the flag with their customary efficiency. The grandest, richest, and most thoroughly lubricated of these reserves was located in Natrona County, Wyoming, in a valley that was chiefly populated by sagebrush, rattlesnakes, and a solitary rock formation that rose out of the plain in a shape that bore a remarkable, whimsical resemblance to an oversized earthenware teapot. Consequently, the registry of the Navy Department had recorded the place under the title of Teapot Dome. For several years, the black oil beneath this windswept teapot had remained entirely undisturbed in the dark, sleeping under the protection of the federal laws and the supervision of the Secretary of the Navy. It was a magnificent monument to national prudence, but to a gentleman possessed of the predatory eye of Senator Albert B. Fall, it was something infinitely more critical. It was an absolute, crying shame. Fall looked upon that oil with the same intense spiritual melancholy that a professional burglar reserves for a jewelry shop window when the watchman has fallen asleep and the lock is of an old-fashioned pattern. He concluded that it was an insult to modern progress for millions of barrels of premium petroleum to remain buried in the dark, paying no dividends to anyone, when there were dozens of wealthy oil executives in New York and California who were currently suffering from an excess of cash and a shortage of raw material. Even before the calendar had turned to the first day of January 1921, the wheels of this grand administrative transformation were beginning to turn with a silence that was thoroughly professional. Senator Fall was already engaged in a series of confidential conversations with his friend Harry Sinclair, the proprietor of the Sinclair Consolidated Oil Company, and Edward L. Doheny, a multimillionaire speculator from Los Angeles who had spent his life discovering that a small leather suitcase filled with $100 bills was an instrument of persuasion that surpassed anything ever recorded in the manuals of international diplomacy. The plan was of a magnificent simplicity, entirely worthy of the era of normalcy that was currently dawning upon the continent. As soon as the new administration was firmly established in the capital, the supervision of the naval oil reserves would be quietly transferred from the Navy Department to the Department of the Interior, by means of an executive order that the President could be reliably expected to sign without looking at the text. Once the Teapot Dome was safely in Fall's keeping, he would grant a private exclusive lease to Harry Sinclair's corporation, without the tedious necessity of asking for competitive bids from the other oil companies or informing the United States Senate of the arrangement. In exchange for this display of administrative hospitality, Sinclair and Doheny would provide the Secretary of the Interior with various substantial tokens of their personal esteem, including a herd of premium cattle for his ranch in New Mexico, a substantial interest in their own commercial enterprises, and a few $100,000 in cash that would be delivered to his residence at night in those leather suitcases that we have just noted. It was an arrangement that was perfectly calculated to satisfy every requirement of the American character in the year 1920. It was businesslike, it was lucrative, it was conducted by gentlemen who wore immaculate collars and possessed memberships in the finest country clubs, and it was entirely illegal from one end of the document to the other. Thus, the year 1920 closed its ledger and prepared to depart into the archives of the historians. It had been a decade's worth of history compressed into the space of 12 frantic months, a year that had broken the molds of the previous century and had launched the Republic upon a voyage that was loud, fast, and completely unpredictable. The old world of Thomas Jefferson, with its virtuous plowboys and its silent horizons, was dead and buried beneath the concrete of the city avenues. The new world of the radio, the flapper, the submachine gun, and the made-up word was firmly established in its place. The jazz age was roaring at its full velocity. The bathtub gin was fermenting in a million cellars. Warren G. Harding was shining his boots for the inauguration, and out in the wind-swept wilderness of Wyoming, the great black ocean beneath the Teapot Dome was beginning to bubble and stir, waiting for the arrival of a large black Stetson hat and a leather suitcase to provide the nation with the most magnificent, expensive, and thoroughly entertaining scandal that had ever illuminated the history of the Republic. The end.